You are not logged into Nemo votes. Please do so. And can we have extension cords for the plenary team? Any other business? If you can table it and then the other event. Can I have someone from the EB elect here? So I don't know if you can like we have a statement that is Can the plenary team be provided with a hotspot and with extensions? Because otherwise we will not be able to start. Can we have someone from the OC here, please? This one is working.
Grace from IFMSA Peru. Are you here? She's up.
Hi, this is Athena from the CCC. If you do not have your voting card yet, please raise your hands. I repeat, if you do not have your voting cards, please raise your hands now. Thank you. As well. There. Okay. Right behind. But for the order. Yeah, they promote then we put the sheet. Yeah, we put it in the order they will activate it. Because like yeah. Okay, so we are going to start soon. We have received many procedural motions, so it would be very helpful for us if when you want to raise your procedural motion, except for the first two that we have, that you raise your voting cards. Otherwise, we have to find for you where it fits in. It would be nice if you find out for you when it fits in. So raise your voting cards, and then I ask you what you want to do. You say, I want to submit a procedural motion. We copy it from the form, and then we continue. Okay? So if you have a procedural motion that's not in the first two, you raise your hand at the moment that you want to propose it, and then we put it on the slide for you. Yes? also log into NemoVote. Vote. Simsa Indonesia.
Okay, Dennis, hear him, Teams Indonesia speaking. Can we open a speaker list?
We will in a few.
Okay.
We are waiting for connectivity issues. LM Luxembourg. Can Luxembourg get a mic?
Yes, it would be to submit a procedural motion.
Right at the start of the plenary, right now, or
Yes,
before the speakers list?
yes.
Okay. You can do that. You have the right to do that. It wouldn't be by advice, but you can do that. Okay, it makes sense, that says the CCC.
Okay, so the motion would be to not include the minute.
Sorry, we have technical issues, so I will come back to you when we are on the Zoom, yeah? Light up. If it doesn't light up, it's not on. I wanted to ask what yeah, I put it out right. Okay, so we're back on. You can get seated and we will re-adjourn and start plenary 6. Sadly, the hammer did not survive. And we received a procedural motion by Alain Luxembourg. Is there a need for a speaker's list before we do that? No? So procedural motion 19 reads to not include the minutes the NMO intervention that was read in plenary 4 directly after the supervising council intervention at 0034, proposed by Alain Luxembourg. Do you want to explain?
No.
No. Do we have any seconders? IMCC Denmark. So we will proceed to a vote. Vote is open and you can vote. Please vote. Okay. So I'm going to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the results read in favor 46, against 8, abstain 7, total 61. Motion passes with 2/3 majority. And we proceed. I have had a request for a speakers list by Anne in Portugal. Does anyone else want to be on the speakers list? Simza, Indonesia. Anyone else? Okay, that will conclude the speakers list. Give me just a minute. Okay, so Anne in Portugal, you have the floor.
Hello, Tomás, him, and in Portugal. We would like to address an issue that is recurrent and really impactful on every GA. The lack of quorum in 4 standing committees plenaries is extremely harmful to the decision-making process in the different areas of our federation. We are aware that it is hard to have delegates in every standing committee on site, but hybrid plenaries allow all NMOs with voting rights in the standing committees to participate even remotely. We urge you to make sure you have a voice and are present on time in the plenary in order to make more efficient and not delay the work of the people that made an effort to organize the plenaries and be on time. Your presence and input in plenaries not only honor the hard work invested by fellow members, but also uphold the principles of democratic decision-making that our federation values. Thank you.
Thank you. Simsa Indonesia.
Dear IFMSA family, this statement is on behalf of Chimps Indonesia, IFMSA Japan, Home-Raised Hungary, IFMSA Iraq, and any other animals that raise their flags. We are here right now on the last plenary session. We've seen numerous reports, presentations, and elections. However, we have also seen numerous suspension of bylaws in plenary. We use it to make invalid motion to valid motions. We use it to avoid bylaws that did not come to our favor in first place. We use it to cover our small, sometimes trivial mistakes that we miss while we're reading the respected bylaws. And sometimes we use it to strategic legal evasion to the bylaws. We could protect our federation by protecting our bylaws. Is it the law that we all agreed upon and it's not supposed to be easily suspended whenever we want to? I want to raise awareness in every IFMSA family to be more aware of the bylaws and to protect our federation by minimalizing the suspension of bylaws in the future. Bylaws is our compass. It offers unwavering directions, embodies our shared value, dreams, and hopes. Importantly, bylaws are there to protect us and guide us as a federation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we got a second request for a speakers list by Anne in Portugal. Does anyone else want to be on the second speakers list? IFMSA CC, IFMSA team of officials. So Anne in Portugal, you have 2 minutes.
This is a statement on behalf of ANEM Portugal, IFMSA Spain, DENEM Brazil, IFMSA Austria, IFMSA Czech Republic, IX Catalonia, IFMSA Sweden, BVMD Germany, CISM Italy. Firstly, we would like to thank the SCORI, SCOPI, and SCOF ITs for providing one more Exchanges and Contracts Fair, an event for promoting the exchanges of the various NMOs and their academic quality and social programs is truly remarkable, as it facilitates networking between NMOs and allows for the SCORI, SCOPI, and SCOF representatives to learn more about the exchanges programs from NMOs worldwide. The Exchanges Fair organized in the August meeting is also known for being the moment where the exchanges contracts are signed. However, the logistics associated with the procedure raises some serious issues, causing stress in the exchange representatives from the NMOs and distracting them from the main purpose of the event aforementioned. National officers and their representatives are required to multitask, filling out contract forms while showcasing their programs or listening to different NMOs presentations. Filling out a contract form requires utmost attention, as it is a signed and stamped document with numerous specificities. It is virtually impossible to effectively conciliate representative and interactive presentations with this rigorous process. We'd also like to highlight that all the contracts are required to be signed in hard copies. This raises multiple logistical difficulties and goes against IFMSA's commitment to reduce ecological impact. Thus, we suggest reconsidering the necessity to maintain the obligation to have hard copies of the contracts when a digital signing of these documents is already recognized as more binding and might prove overall beneficial. In this sense, we urge the concerned ITs to reconsider the way the exchanges and contracts fair are designed. We suggest holding 2 separate moments during the fair, one initial moment for exchanges programs exploration to present and listen to the various existing exchanges, followed by a different time frame focused on negotiation and contract signing. Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA CCC.
Thank you. This is Sivek from the CCC. We would like to give an answer to the question that IFMSA Switzerland asked us yesterday. The answer is yes. If anyone needs a reminder about the question, I can also read that out loud. Okay, so the question was, So if a request for an investigation into an NMO due to recommendation of this in a membership report is submitted correctly, as specified in bylaws paragraph 7.18, then they cannot refuse to open an investigation according to Annex 2, paragraph 2.6 of the bylaws. And the answer of the CCC is yes. Yes, they cannot refuse. Thank you, VPM.
Okay, thank you, CC, for your intervention. Then we move on to IFMSA TO. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. In parallel to IFMSA's general, am I audible? In parallel to the IFMSA's general plenary as the highest decision-making body of the Federation, IFMSA has many other decision-making processes that determine the future of its sectors.
Speak up, please.
We understand that it has been difficult in this GA for members to attend the GA and have sufficient in-person representation during the CB and standing committee plenaries. Therefore, IFMSA TO has discussed, analyzed, and implemented a hybrid plenary format for this GA. However, the standing committee and CBIT have struggled to reach a quorum in order to start, continue, and hold their plenaries. This means that not enough NMO representatives were present at the start or sometimes 30 minutes after the start to open the respective plenaries. This has not only affected the technical and regulatory aspects of the plenary, but it has also had a negative impact on the overall decision-making process and the overall schedule of the General Assembly. We therefore urge you and your delegates to prioritize the representation of your NMO where possible in the CB and Standing Committee plenaries, in particular to the plenaries still remaining in this August meeting. We believe that these processes are essential to the future of IFMSA, and we ask you to give them as much importance as possible. Thank you, IFMSA TO.
Thank you. Then we proceed. Receive. Okay, we received procedural motion number 20 to suspend bylaw paragraph 3.100 till the closing of the 72nd IFMSA General Assembly August meeting 2023, proposed by Kamza Cameroon. Kamza Cameroon and Lemsik Lebanon. Does one of the proposers would like to explain? Lemsik Lebanon.
Thank you. This is where I read the motion, right, CCC?
Yes.
Thank you. Michel Nasrallah Hiham, Lemsik Lebanon, to suspend bylaws paragraph 3.100 till the closing of the 72nd IFMSA General Assembly August meeting 2023. A, the paragraph was not observed because of a misunderstanding about time zones. B, the paragraph needs to be suspended in order for the Financial Committee report to be valid for the adoption in this plenary. C, by suspending this paragraph, the deadline mentioned in paragraph 3.100 will be removed and the report can be voted upon in the plenary. Thank you.
CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. This procedural motion is deemed valid. If it passes with 2/3 majority, then this paragraph will be suspended and the Financial Committee report will be valid for a vote later on. If it does not pass, then we cannot vote on the Financial Committee report for this GA. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any seconders? LM Luxembourg. So we proceed to a vote. Please vote. We need a few more votes to reach the threshold, so please vote. Also, a reminder for in this plenary that we just explained that when you want to table your procedural motion, you raise up your voting card, and Adam Luxembourg gave us a nice example of that, so thank you. So please do vote so that we can continue. And I will count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the results read as follows: in favor 45, against 4, abstain 8. Motion passes with 2/3 majority. IFMSA CCC.
Yes, this is Simon from the CCC. We would like to clarify that with the passing of this motion, the relevant bylaw paragraph is now suspended, so the motion is valid.
So we proceed to agenda item number 42, adoption of the report of the Financial Committee. And we move to motion 105 to adopt the report of the Financial Committee for the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 2023. Proposed by IFMSA Supervising Council, speakers list. So we will open a speakers list first. That is handled. Does anyone want to open a speakers list about this motion? No. So there's some lag. That's why you're not seeing the motion. So Zoom is always slower than what we are doing. Okay. So motion number 105 to adopt the report of Financial Committee for the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 2023, proposed by IFMSA Subcode. Do you want to explain? Do you want to explain? Yes, no. Do we have any seconders? That in Brazil? Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? I see none. Motion passes nemo contra. We proceed to agenda item number 43, adoption of the financial reports from the past terms. We received none. So we proceed to agenda item number 44, adoption of the financial reports of the past General Assembly meetings. Do you need to open a speakers list for this? No. So we continue to motion number 106 to adopt the financial report of the 71st IFMSA General Assembly August meeting 2022, taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, proposed by Turkic Turkey. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? IFMSA Algeria. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? BVMD Germany. Do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No, so we proceed to a vote. I'll take the next couple of seconders from the Zoom. Point of order by the VPA. Oh.
Thank you very much, VPA. I just checked the NMO server and Turkey sent an amended report 10 minutes ago. So I am not really sure if this is what the NMOs are voting on or is it the original report?
Okay, we will stop the vote, right? Okay, so so I propose to cancel this vote because we are not done yet. We are not done yet with the vote, but I would say subco.
Considering that the paragraph on the reports was suspended just recently, what implications it has on all of this? Because we could, for all we know, be voting on 3 reports. The report, the paragraph speaking about the deadline for reports was just now suspended. Therefore, yes, it also speaks about all reports that are due either the day before or as otherwise specified.
No, in fact, not continue because if we finish the vote, it's vote upon and for valid vote. I want to say no, we don't continue close it before it's continue. So we will restart the voting. Yes. That means that we will need an amendment to the motion. And in the meanwhile, we're discussing the CCC is discussing the comment by the subco. So for the comment made by the IFMSA VPA, we will need an amendment. And we are discussing the comment by the subco, for which we will have a few minutes. Okay, so IFMSA CCC.
Yes, so the IFMCCC would like to explain that we just a few moments ago we suspended bylaws paragraph 3.100, which specifies that all reports are due the day before the voting unless anywhere else specified in the bylaws. We suspended that, so that rule is just not there. So there is no deadline for reports unless it is somewhere else. Never mind. Sorry. We mean that the previous bylaw suspension does not apply here. There is a deadline for the financial report of GA hosts in Annex 1 August meeting, where it says that it has to be submitted by July 1st. And also bylaw paragraph 3.103 says that the report can be amended before the time of their voting by the author. So yes, because it is a financial report. So they can submit an amendment to the motion.
Okay, so the vote didn't finish because we closed before everyone could vote. So we will revote. And we will need an amendment. We will vote on motion number 106 to adopt the financial report of the 71st IFMSA General Assembly August meeting 2022 taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, proposed by Termsec Turkey. Do you want to explain? No? Do we have any seconders? IFMSA Algeria. Do we have any amendments? Termsec Turkey.
Türkmüsk Türkiye Melike Şihoy. We want to add amended after adopt.
So to adopt the amended
Yes.
financial committee.
Thank you so much.
Okay, IFMSA Algeria, do you accept the amendment? Yes. So is there any direct negative? BVMD Germany, do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No, so we will go to the vote. Please vote. Point of order. Internet issues. Can someone help out? Raise your voting card as long as you have internet issues.
Please continue voting. Yes, issues resolved. We will close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote closed. So we have in favor 49, against 3, abstain 3, total 55. Motion passes with simple majority. And we proceed to motion number 107 to adopt the financial report of the 72nd IFMSA General Assembly March meeting 2023 taking place in Tallinn, Estonia, proposed by IFMSA Estonia. Do you want to explain? No? Do we have any seconders? Malawi? Do we have any direct negative? I see none. So motion passes nimo contra. So we move to agenda item 45, adoption of the amendments to the budget 22-23. Do we need a speakers list for that? Is that Estonia? Yes. Estonia wants to be on the speakers list. IFMSA Iraq as well. Oh, no. Point of information by IFMSA Iraq.
Can we have the plenary slides shared with us, please?
Yes. We will work on that. Yes. So IFMSA Estonia, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear NMOs, this statement is prepared by IFMSA Estonia and supported by SLOMSIC Slovenia, AMPP Ecuador, FIMSIC Finland, IFMSA Czech Republic, HMSIC Hungary, EMSA India, NM Portugal, AMSA Austria, FMS Taiwan, and IFMSA Quebec. Please raise your voting card if you support this statement. We are increasingly worried about the future of IFMSA physical events due to the rising inflation and outdated participation fees that barely cover the cost of a bed in a hostel, not the cost of a week-long all-inclusive conference. We would like to applaud each and every NMO that has decided to put the time and effort into hosting or applying to host a GA. With the current financial structure, it is not an easy road to take. Our federation has multiple possible ways out of the situation. We need to act fast and radically to continue these wonderful meetings that we are accustomed to. Here are some possible future ideas to ponder on. Number 1. IFMSA starts to look at sponsors in the way that other medical institutions do. Pharma and biotech are not the devils that need to be avoided, but their expectations of us need to be monitored. The current ethical framework is hindering all possible sponsorships that could keep the fees of meetings low and keep the same level of comfort and facilities that we have become accustomed to. Number 2, every category needs to have fees raised by 15 to 30% the minimum. A 50 to 100 euro increase per participant should be expected on average. Number 3, the OC hosts only the sessions, plenaries, and socials, and every delegate takes care of their own accommodation and meals. This model is used by many conferences around the world, and this one is the hardest for the participants' wallet, but easiest for the host. Number 4, we downgrade to 1 physical meetings per year with much higher participation fees that do not need sponsorships. To get out of the situation, we need to face the harsh reality of economics. For IFMSA to survive for another 75 years, we need to create a sustainable plan to raise the participation fees. Student organizations should not be expected to be professional fundraising experts. No medical student who volunteers their time and energy into hosting an IFMSA meeting should be expected to fundraise 25 to 14% of the event's budget. The current numbers, no matter the hosting country, are reaching. Thank you.
Thank you. So we proceed to motion number 108 to adopt the amendment for the IFMSA budget 22-23 as shared on the NMO server on the 3rd of August 23, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? Czech Republic, IFMSA Czech Republic. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we proceed to a vote. Vote is open. You can vote. Please vote. We are not near the threshold at all. So please try your best and vote. So we will close the votes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote is almost closing. So in favor will be 54, against 0, abstain 5, total 59. Motion passes with simple majority. So we proceed to the next agenda item 46, adoption of the budget 23-24. Do you need to open a speakers list about this? No. So we proceed to the motion. Motion number 109 to adopt the amended IFMSA budget proposal for the term 23-24 as shared on the NMO server on the 3rd of August 23, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? Helms agrees. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain, do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No, so we proceed to a vote. The vote is open, please vote. And apologies to the participants online. My secretary will ensure that I will take the next few from, okay, no. She's reminding me about you, so. Don't pass me that then. But so later, so you don't pass that and then explain, but I think you have to pass that. Please vote. I will count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote closes and the vote reads as follows. In favor 54, against 0, abstain 1, total 55. So motion passes with simple majority. And we will continue to agenda item number 47, changes to the status of standing committees and task forces. We have received none. So we proceed to agenda item number 48, changes to the status of IFMSA programs. We have received none. So we proceed to agenda item 49, presentation of the preliminary annual work plan underpinning the Federation Strategic Plan incoming Executive Board. It was presented in the session. We move on to the motion number 110. So online, our people cannot hear us anymore. Is it a mic problem or a technical problem? Okay, so maybe I was not speaking into the mic, so thank you for raising that issue. We move to motion number 110 to adopt the plenary minutes of the 72nd General Assembly March meeting 23 as shared on the NMO server on the 3rd of August 23. Proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have an online seconder? The IFMSA Lithuania. Do we have any amendments? Yes, IFMSA Executive Board.
No.
Thank you very much, Jewel. So we would like to amend the 3rd of August to the 4th of August. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Limsa Lithuania, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, we accept.
Seconder accepts the amendment. Negative. IFMSA Spain, do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we move to a vote. Vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. Can we have another mic? So we will close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote closes. And it reads as follows. In favor 54, against 1, abstain 1, total 56. Motion passes with simple majority. And reminder that if you want to submit your procedural motion, I ask you to raise your voting cards. So we are at agenda item number 50. We are moved yes. IFMSA Thailand. Can we get a mic to IFMSA Thailand?
We would like to open a speakers list, please.
Okay, we will open a speakers list. Just a moment. So IFMSA Thailand. You want to be on the speakers list? Does anyone else want to be on the speakers list? No? So Thailand, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Dana.
Okay, someone on the Zoom needs to mute. Or if you want to be on the speakers list, I'm sorry, but you can also, no, okay.
Dear IFMSA family, we are again very sorry for this late intervention, but something has to be said. We are proposing a procedural motion to reopen the debate on motion 7, plenary 2, on the adoption of the supervising council report. It has come to our attention that the SUPCO report and investigation report, especially the investigation report, comprehensive for the NMOs to decide upon the course of action. The SUPCO recommendation of the NMOs include deciding upon retaining him in his position on the executive board, not approving him to attend external meetings in his capacity as VPE. We have reason to believe the SUPCO has more information than what they did provide in the current report to come to conclusion of such recommendations. Such information might include, but not be limited to, tangible concrete proof of strained external relations, percentage of attendance to external meetings, proof of lost opportunities, etc. Moreover, we believe that there is proof that the report was not comprehensive enough, up to interpretation, allows for misinformation to be spread, assumptions to be made, and potential lobbying to occur. And apparently, there has been allegations of lobbying running rampant at August meeting 2023. We would like to encourage NMOs to not fall for baseless he said, she said accusation and make decisions upon voted verified reports. And we would like the NMOs to decide again upon voting for the SUPCO report. Since the SUPCO, even though the SUPCO is a body made to decide upon the checks and balances system, the NMOs themselves serve as the check and balances system of the democratic process of the plenaries, and we would like to ask them for their opinion and put this to the vote regarding on should we be questioning the validity of the SUPCO report.
So this is not deciding upon the validity of the contents within the report. This is not asking whether they trust the information within the report or not, but just questioning the work of the SUBCO. So we would like the NMOs to decide, we open this debate and for NMOs to vote upon this again. Thank you.
Thank you. So from what I understand, you explained your procedural motion and you will want to table it afterwards. Does anyone want to be added to the speakers list to ask anything about this procedural motion? Yes, IFMSA Supervising Council. Anyone else? I see none. So IFMSA Supervising Council is added to the speakers list and you have 2 minutes for your intervention.
Thank you. This is Luda speaking on behalf of the SUBCO. Dear NMO, we would like to clarify certain points concerning the report adopted during regarding our work between the period between March meeting and August meeting. Firstly, it's important to highlight that the report encompasses a comprehensive summary of our activities during that period, not only focusing on the investigations. As the Supervising Council, we acknowledge the significance of the report's content and its representation of our diligent efforts. While we value the importance of transparency, it's essential to understand that the report cannot be amended at this time. We appreciate the desire to include additional information. However, our process dictates that any information added must adhere to the specific criteria. During the compilation of the report, we meticulously assessed the gathered data ensured it met the necessary standards for inclusion. Please be aware that while the report aims to provide a detailed account, certain information shared with us was of a confidential or sensitive nature. To uphold the trust and respect individuals' privacy, we made the conscious decision not to disclose such information. It's vital to emphasize that both positive and negative comments received were summarized, but the elaboration on negative aspects may create an impression of their prominence. We assure you that our intention were to present a balanced overview while addressing significant concerns in an appropriate manner. Moreover, we have received some additional information from a new individual since the start of the General Assembly regarding the investigation. However, according to our established process, we can only include evidence-supported data on information mentioned by multiple respondents. In the 8 hours we received such information, we could not make the amendment because of time constraints. Please understand that we don't have all our SUBCO members present and we don't have a quorum in this GA. So we could verify if the information that was shared with us is aligned with the criteria. In conclusion, after careful consideration and comprehension.
Thank you. Okay. So IFMSA Thailand, do you want to be added to the speakers list or is it a point of information?
So basically, I have a question directed at the SUBCO. So this is, so you do not have quorum here at the General Assembly, and you said there's time constraints. If the NMOs in this plenary decide upon that to not accept your report, is it possible for you to submit another report at March meeting? I think that would give you enough time. Thank you.
Okay, so IFMSA SUBCO, and you can also include what you didn't say just now in your intervention.
Can we have a moment?
Yeah, of course. I saw the card of IFMSA Australia, or not? Yes.
So you have to then reverse
But they already Okay. While people are discussing, can I once more ask you guys that if you have any statements, please send them to secretary-team@ifmsa.org, because these lovely people are collecting the statements. If you send them to me, if you send it to Juliet or over the NMO server, it's really hard for us to collect them and put them in the minutes. So again, statements also to secretary-team@ifmsa.org. Thank you very much. IFMSA CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. Thank you for the question. So we would like to clarify and repeat what we said in the precedent sessions, that according to bylaws paragraph 77.14, which reads, the supervising council is responsible for sharing a written report in accordance with Annex 1. Their report has to be presented orally and tabled for adoption before the adoption of the reports of the IFMSA officials. This means if this motion passes, then the debate on the subco report will be reopened. And so the subco report is once again tabled for adoption. This means that the voting we did for the officials' reports will become invalid. So for them to be adopted, there would have to be a procedural motion to reopen that debate and then adopt them again. For the procedure for that, we would like to clarify that there is one motion, it's clustered. So you can vote on the TO reports in that case one time. But if there's a request, then we do all 24 again. Does that clarify the question? Thank you.
IFMSA Australia. So CCC will need 2 minutes. If in the meanwhile the subco has concluded their conversation, you can maybe read your statement. Let me know. Yeah, because I will ask for silence. Okay, so we are continuing. So please be silent. We will have another statement. I will just wait 3 seconds for people to get in. 1, 2, 3. Door closes. Door closes. Okay, I'm being a very kind chair today. Okay, so be silent. Shh. And subco, you have 2 minutes for your intervention.
Thank you. This is Luda speaking on behalf of the subco. So as we clarified, the report reflects our work between March meeting and August meeting. It's not only in the investigation. Secondly, adopting the report doesn't mean that you are adopting the recommendations there. You're going to be voting on the recommendations separately. And thirdly, and most of all, if the subco report is not adopted, then someone has to look into this, which means an investigation has to be open. And based on our IOGs, the subco can't open the investigation to themselves. So the EB-elect probably will be the one conducting this. And finally, as I wanted to finish my statement, our statement earlier, we are against reopening the vote on the subco report. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are waiting for the CCC.
Ready for closing? Das ist sehr strategisch. Just it- how was that? That's removed. To remove ChatGPT and start from scratch. Bylaws. Vielleicht sagen Sie sich uns schon jetzt an, wie so und dann nicht ganz auf den Weg und weg. Da meldet sich jemand. Daniel.
Hello. So do you know what our dress code is today? Formal, yes.
So, ja, ja, ist nur für eine Stunde. 2 Stunden. Und ich nehme es vielleicht gehen wir mal kurz vorbei. Ja, oder? Das nervt mich. Mensch. Dann später.
Hello, dear people. The CCC has granted you a break for 10 minutes. So thank you, CCC. And please be back on time here. That means at 6 sharp. Be back here at 6 sharp. And if you leave, please bring your voting cards to the CCC, but do not ask them questions because that will delay the plenary. So you can bring your voting card to the CCC if you want to leave the room. You are back at 6 sharp. Being back means logged into Nemo Vote and seated. No, you cannot ask questions to the CCC. You cannot ask questions to the CCC. You can only bring back your voting cards. You cannot ask questions to the CCC.
We got like 2 other answers. Otherwise, I like prepare the RCA. We have 2, like 3 in total at the moment. Without me, we have 2 returning officers left. The thing is, I would. Yeah. I think you can go. Yeah. Because one time I have to cover it.
You want to read them out? Can you ask them to, do you want to read them out?
What? I have to read out anything?
No, I'm just asking if you want to make the announcement. Can I just have the mic?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can I have your attention for a very brief moment? Can the following people please report to the table, to the TO table right now, like ASAP. So we have Jeff, we have Jerry, oh my gosh, Ikori Neza, I'm very sorry. Ibrahima Koroma, thank you. I can't read your handwriting. Linda Milio and who is this? And Emilio. Yep. Guys, Jeff, Jerry, and Ibrahim.
Sie lassen mich nicht an Mohammed. Like we have in total 3 returning officers at the moment. Do you think you still need me? Because I will have to prepare the RCA and this for activities fair announcement. Like if I trust like for half an hour or something like this, then I will return them.
Okay. Yeah, do you still need Jewel?
We have 3 in total. I will come back in like an hour. Yeah, I'll give this back to you.
You can get it now. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Can we do it now? Wait, is that wrong? It's confusing.
The requirements for the.
Oh, but yeah, but this according.
Yeah.
We can remove it now. And then, does it work, or do you want to rephrase it? The team officials reports. Not the team official. This is the end term report. No, because the bylaw doesn't say it.
But can you respond to?
Okay. Yes, should I send it? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I thought them divided to animal.
I mean, how do we decide? For what section?
The motion to if they find a loophole, if they find another animal that they need to implement, they can
Yeah, I'm not ready to get shamed because of my short. Yeah. Yeah.
We agree on the position. People take that down. The BPM has raised the recommendation because no.
Yeah, we need to verify.
No,
Also, doesn't have the request in it.
Yeah. I know. I'm not sure. What is one say when they almost get like say it. Sometimes I feel like my mom would have loved to say that. Oh, that's not functional anymore. Have you looked if it's like incorrectly? But it's like it's on now. It's on now. Yeah. So it was like this. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I hate. Oh my god. Yeah. And always like, and just thinking like one of these away. We can't put many of these. Yeah. That's why it's now concerning. Yeah, but wait, this is an outside problem. Okay. Yes, like when you open the door, it hits you. And not, yeah, no, but I know I can probably not see properly because of the lights, but I also think it's a bit smoky. And like the smell came. Yes. Every time I go outside, my glasses they fog up and I can't see anything. Like if I step outside the elevator, like they fog up. It's really bad. It is past time, so I will ask you to go back to your seats. You should be logged into NemoVote 1 minute ago. So please get back to your seats, be silent, and log into NemoVote. That is for everyone, whether you're an NMO or an official. I want you to be silent and seated, whether you're an NMO or an official or anyone else. So silent and seated. A lot of people are not seated and not trying to get there. So those who are talking in the okay. Yes. So we will proceed. Can you be silent, please, so that we can proceed with the point of information? Is anyone still missing their voting cards? I don't think so. Oh, one Estonia is missing their voting card. You can come. Okay. Otherwise, you can. Okay, so we have a point of information by the CCC while you are getting silent. Shh.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC.
Be silent. Also, the TO, you are not silent.
So to clarify on the question on what happens if the subco report is tabled for adoption again, then what happens is that the TO reports votes become invalid. Then the question was if 7.14 can be suspended. The answer is yes. Then 7.14 can be suspended and then the votes will become valid again. So then we wouldn't have to redo the votes for the team of officials reports. Is this clear to everyone?
Okay. So we have had the speakers list. I remind you, if you want to submit a procedural motion, you raise your voting card. So based on the discussion I'm not sure, but I was expecting a voting card. Kenya? Kenya, yes? Okay, FMSA Kenya, you can be added to the speakers list. That's Msake, I'm sorry, Msake Kenya, you can be added to the speakers list. Does anyone else want to be added to the speakers list? Does anyone else want to be on the speakers list? Okay, so Msake Kenya, you have the floor, you have 2 minutes. Please speak up because we can't hear you.
Useful if like something like a small working group or even let's say a policy can be formed which like really integrates or really emphasizes upon this issue amongst all delegates. Like it's like you see how we have promoted inclusivity even from the point of LGBTQIA. I think it would be very good for members of even the Global North to have very good information which informs them on the external factors and even internal factors which cause Global South nations to be underrepresented at these events. And the other thing I'd even like to say about that is even like, let's say if a nation comes to these events, sometimes the agenda is so tailored to objectives of the Global North that even if you come with an agenda that is very urgent from your region, you might not be able to talk about it because it's just not what most people want to talk about. And the other thing I just wanted to raise was also the issue of the solidarity that we can have for students from Sudan. I have very many friends who are not currently able to go to school at this time due to the war. And if there is something that can be done, even a small working group on that like trying to find even existing type, like, you know, with medical education platforms like ScholarX, etc., who can be able to provide supplementary education for students. That's all.
Thank you. Okay. So I will say it one last time. If you want your procedural motion to be tabled now, please raise your voting card. IFMSA Thailand. So we are projecting your procedural motion on the slide, but the internet is lagging. It's there. Point of information by the CCC.
Hello, this is Simon from the CCC. We would like to confirm that this motion is valid. If it passes, the debate on the motion of the adoption of the SUPCO report will be reopened.
So procedure motion number 22 to the debate on motion 7 from plenary 2 to adopt the last amended report of the Supervising Council sent on the server for the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 2023 to be reopened, proposed by IFMSA Thailand. Do you want to explain? No, I suppose. Yes. The mic is not working.
New mic. Yeah, thank you. So as we explained in the speakers list, we have reason to believe that a SUPCO report, including and especially investigation, is not comprehensive enough. So we will be questioning this is not to be questioning on the contents of the report or the validity of the content, but whether questioning the work of the SUPCO that they have put into the report if they have investigated to the best of their capacity. This is why we are putting forth this motion. And we was to reconsider whether or not that we should be adopting this report, considering that it might not have been conducted to its best point. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any seconders for this procedural motion? IFMSA Egypt, thank you. So we will proceed to a vote. Vote is open. Please vote. We need a couple of more votes. Please vote. So we will count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the vote is closed. The result reads in favor 20, against 27, abstain 11, total 58. Motion fails. Point of information by the CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So because this motion fails, then both the adoption of the SUPCO report and the adoption of the team of officials reports remain valid. Thank you.
Okay, then we proceed to agenda item number 51. Any other business? We put on the slide for you the order of motions because we received many. So we will discuss. We will first have the motions submitted by the SUPCO on the recommendations of their reports, then the mandates, then the sponsorships of the AM24, then the membership of CB Cape then the global priorities, then the IFMSA environmental declaration, the IFMSA secretariat framework, and the brand manual. So we had the request for a speakers list by Anne Portugal on the sub, and then we also have a request to be on the speakers list by IFMSA Egypt, so they will be added. Does anyone else want to be on the speakers list? IFMSA EP, IFMSA VPE, IFMSA Austria, so also to inform you, this may not be a super easy discussion. We will have these statements, and then I will also have to, maybe take some time to see how we can order the discussion in a way that is meaningful, not repetitive, and efficient. So we'll do this speakers list, and then I'll have to see. Yes? So Anne in Portugal, you have 2 minutes.
This is a state Ines, she, her, and in Portugal. This is a statement on behalf of ANEM Portugal, IFMSA Egypt, IFMSA El Salvador, NMSA Norway, IFMSA Algeria, NAMS Yemen, IFMSA Brazil, Medicine Sudan, LEMSIC Lebanon, IFMSA Serbia, IFMSA Poland, IX Catalonia, BMVD Germany, IFMSA BH Baden, IFMSA Australia. Dear IFMSA family, we would like to start by thanking the Supervising Council for their in-depth report on the work of IFMSA Vice President for External Affairs. Their dedication to conducting a thorough assessment and underscores IFMSA's commitment to transparency, accountability, and fostering a culture of excellence. We wish to address the pressing issue of the overwhelming burden faced by the position of VPE, consistently reported in past terms. Once again, the necessity for a comprehensive reevaluation of responsibilities within the Federation is highlighted. We believe there is a pressing need for a thorough assessment of the workload associated with this position. We should be sensitive and empathetic towards someone who gave so much to the Federation and struggled with this term. We urge the TO and the NMOs to reflect on the workload of this position and how it can be rearranged. Some concrete measures that could possibly be implemented are granting greater autonomy to the LOs, further developing the EA IT task description, and clarifying the roles and responsibilities of said IT, and trusting them more in task management and delegation of responsibilities. Furthermore, upon reviewing the TO's report, we have become aware that numerous member states an excessive workload, which significantly impacted their mental health. In this regard, we urge the TO-elect to keep in mind while writing a feasible annual working plan, and we propose coming up with concrete means to prioritize the good health of the members. Your well-being is paramount to us, so please take care of yourselves. Thank you for your attention.
IFMSA Egypt, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of IFMSA Egypt, NAMSA Norway, NAMSA Palestine, IFMSA Bahrain, IMSA Iran, NAMSA Libya, NAMSA Lebanon, IFMSA Algeria, NAMSA Oman, NAMSA Yemen, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Serbia, and IFMSA Kurdistan. IFMSA has maintained its position in its strength among the leading youth NGOs throughout the years by the hard dedication of its members and leaders on all levels. Maintaining this position is not an easy task and requires not only accountability and responsibility, but a lot of regulations, guiding documents, and responsible bodies to ensure the success of these endeavors, which we have. On saying that, IFMSA SUBCO holds a huge responsibility on their shoulders to protect IFMSA constitution and bylaws and hold the TO member accountable for their set job description and their annual working plans. We would like to start this statement by thanking all parties involved in the investigation process that we are about to end today. Specifically, we would like to thank IFMSA VPE for enduring all of this and still being able to give to our federation, as always. We would also take this moment to thank both IFMSA SUBCO for trying to answer our questions and concerns, as well as the LOs for speaking up when they thought they should have. Investigations are always such a huge burden on all parties involved. That's why we believe it's essential for us to confirm now that eventually we need to hear from all sides without disregarding their opinions in order to reach an informed decision for the sake of our federation. IFMSA VPE has demonstrated unwavering dedication in promoting our organization's mission and goals on local, national, and international platforms for 4 years, holding official IFMSA positions. His commitment to prioritizing the interest of IFMSA is commendable and has been consistently displayed throughout his years of service. This can never come from someone who puts his own interests first, who have not prioritized IFMSA enough, or who intentionally tries to harm the organization in any way, but from someone who tried his best to serve the organization to the fullest while balancing taking care of his mental health, academic commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So, VP request to go last. IFMSA Austria. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm the Austria Daniel Him speaking. I just wanted to ask about the order we're going on now, because we are also voting on global priorities later, which is a submission of the VPE, which here has been worked on. So if we might arrange the tabled motions, so we're gonna vote on the motions from the adoptions of the subco recommendations later than the global priorities.
No, so we have thought, thank you for the question. We have thought about this. These are the discussions that will take a lot of time, that are difficult to discuss. And we don't want the plenary to end on that note. So we thought the most controversial motion first, and the content of the motion that you discuss is in principle different from what is discussed here. And the global priorities are proposed by the executive board, not by the VPE. So we will continue as follows. But thank you for thinking alone. I really appreciate it. So, IFMSA VPE.
IFMSA VPE, Mahmoud Ihim. Dear NMOs, I would like to address you to share final reflections on the investigation on my work as VPE. First, I would like to reiterate my belief that my work as
Speak up,
VPE.
please. Yeah.
First, I would like to reiterate that my belief that my work as VPE has not been accurately evaluated in the investigation report, and that many aspects of my work were not assessed or considered. In IFMSA, we are not fully aware of the work of each other, and we lack context and insights into the work of our fellow officials. I believe that my core mandate and baseline tasks have not been taken into consideration, and that the evaluation is predominantly based on subjective reviews of individuals, as highlighted by the subco themselves and their statement, rather than what I have objectively fulfilled or not, as documented through my officials' reports and annual working plan. Furthermore, I do also believe that many areas of my work have been singled out as deficient only based on the expectations of the respondents, but not actually as part of my mandate, nor as part of the practices and normative processes of work in IFMSA. Last, dear NMOs, I would like to emphasize that I do fully recognize and acknowledge that I have faced challenges throughout my term, that I have made mistakes, and that I've had my shortcomings. I have fully acknowledged these in the responses to the report as well as to my teams several times. I'm not oblivious to my mistakes and shortcomings. I've been constantly trying to reflect on myself and my performance, and I remain committed to learning from them and from the feedback I receive. I trust you, dear NMOs, to consider the full scope of my responsibilities and work as VPE and reflect on the different reporting mechanisms in addressing my work and performance as VPE. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, is there a need for a second speakers list? If so, raise your voting cards. If not, we proceed. I see no need. So we move to, sorry, internet was slow. We move to motion number 111 to remove from office Mahmoud Fakri Abdullamir, Vice President. To remove from office Mahmoud Fakri Abdullamir, Vice President for External Affairs 2022-2023, proposed by the IFMSA Supervising Council. Do you want to explain? Yes? No? Do we have any seconder? Point of information by the CCC?
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So, as earlier explained in the precedent session, according to the bylaws, this vote requires 2/3 majority to pass. Thank you.
So I'm going to reread. To re-enter the motion base. Motion number 111 to remove from office Mahmoud Fakri Abdullamir, Vice President for External Affairs 2022-2023, proposed by IFMSA Supervising Council. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? Azerbaijan, Azer MDS, Azerbaijan. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? Lemsik Lebanon. Do you want to explain? No. Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we'll proceed to a vote.
This motion needs a 2/3 majority to pass. Kind reminder. Please vote. We miss at least 20 votes before we can proceed. So please vote. Please vote. Okay. So I will count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the result is as follows. In favor 10, against 44, abstain 10, total 64. Motion fails. Then we proceed. We proceed to motion number 112. To remove from office Hamayal Sana, the agent officer to the World Health Organization, 22-23, proposed by the IFMSA Supervising Council. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? No. Oh. Lebanon. Do we have any amendments? No. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Finland. Do you want to explain? Do you have an alternative motion? No. So we proceed to a vote. Also here, 2/3 majority to pass. We need more votes, at least 10 more. So please proceed to voting if you can, and you can. Please vote. Lemsik Lebanon. Internet? Can someone help out Lebanon? Please keep raising your voting card until the issue is resolved. And can someone please help out? Oh, issue resolved. That's always nice. I see a voting card in the back. Slovakia. Internet.
keep raising your voting card until someone comes to you. Yeah. So you can continue voting and we'll wait for the internet issues at the back to be resolved. Is the problem resolved? Can you? Yes? Yes. Okay, so we will close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the vote is as follows: in favor 13, against 37, abstain 15, total 65, motion fails. So in favor 13, abstain against 37 and abstain 15. Total 65. It was not 55. No.
Toch.
We are checking the votes. It was correct. Okay, so we proceed to motion number 113 to reverse the decision of the IFMSA General Assembly regarding the election of Mahmoud Fakri Abdulamir as the president of the term 23-24, proposed by IFMSA Supervising Council. Do you want to explain? No? Do we have any seconders? IFMSA Thailand. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Iraq. Do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? So we proceed to a vote. The vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. We need more votes, so please vote. we need at least 20 more of you to vote. Okay, so I'm going to count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote closes. So we have in favor 19, against 36, abstain 9, total 64. Motion fails. And then we proceed to the next subtopic. Yes, exactly. So that was what I was going to ask. So the next subtopic is mandates. Does anyone want a speakers list? Yes, IFMSA Supervising Council. Does anyone else want to be on this speakers list? I see IFMSA VPE. Do you want to go? Yeah, IFMSA VPE, then IFMSA Supervising Council. Oh, last, sorry. So IFMSA Supervising Council.
Just 1 second, because we're also discussing would be preferred to be second. Never mind. Dear NMOs, we'd just like to thank you for your decisions and all the discussions. We appreciate all the questions that were raised, and we tried our best to answer them to the best of our ability while keeping the confidentiality of some respondents. We will ensure proper follow-up on the recommendations that we received. Thank you.
Thank you. IFMSA VPE.
IFMSA VP Mahmoud. Dear animals, I would like to take this moment to thank you for giving me a second chance, whether in continuing in my position as VPE or in continuing as president-elect. For over 5 years of working in this federation, I trusted this space as a space of growth, as a space of learning, as a space of continuous feedback and development for each and every one of us. None of us is immune to mistakes. None of us is immune to challenges and shortcomings. And these are all under my acknowledgement and under my recognition. I do once again would like to thank you and appreciate you giving me a second chance in both roles. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So before we move to, or while moving to the motions on mandates, does anyone need to have a break? Does anyone need a break? Please wait for your voting cards. Oh, that's a very lonely voting card. Okay, we'll take a 5 minutes break, but don't leave the room, stretch a little, find your colleagues. I'm sick. What? Can the AC be turned off? It is switched off somehow.
Like hide behind this picture because I didn't want to be in the picture. So I started taking photos. I saw them. Then they went to me and I was like, and I had like both of you, like Mariana was trying to have like, and it was like such a I don't, especially if I'm tired, I don't have my notes. Okay, like, unless you looking for the end statement, because I'm pretty sure one of them will trigger it. And it's gonna be said. To go to- Yeah, I am gonna try.
So we will start again in 3 minutes.
Yeah, honestly, if it ended on this, I would be just like, I wouldn't go to closing it. Yes, but then now there's closing. And I just like, I just keep thinking we put him through all of that shit from the. I'm tired. I can't handle my emotions well.
Executives are chocolates. We have these.
Thank you. Zoom people, thank you. Please don't tell us about our bad jokes here.
Our bad joke.
Okay, so the secretary is saying that the advantage of being on Zoom is that sometimes you hear us whisper and you know how bad our humor actually is. But thank you for letting us know. Okay. Thank you, Madsen. Thank you.
Hasta luego.
Okay, so also don't forget to put in your funny motions.
But please make them funny.
So submit your funny motions, please. And be funny. Okay, we will be starting again. Okay. We are moving back. Please get seated. You have had a little break. Get seated and silent. Get seated and silent. Get seated and silent. Okay, so we move to the next subsection of any other business about mandates. So that is motion number 114, proposed by IFMSA Cyprus and IFMSA Australia. Can you be silent? Okay, I will only read the first sentence. To mandate the VPM and the 22-20 to point of information by IFMSA Cyprus. Cyprus. IFMSA Cyprus.
IFMSA Cyprus here. I just want to let you know that we also fixed the grammatical errors on the amendment.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I won't read the motion.
It's fine.
And we will go to the... So we have motion number 114, which I will not read if no one opposes that. And it's proposed by IFMSA Cyprus and IFMSA Australia. Does one of the proposers want to explain? No? Do we have a seconder? Alem Luxembourg. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA Cyprus. We will project your amendment on the screen. So this was also sent over the NMO server. At what time? It was sent a little bit before the plenary at 15:57. So does the seconder just to confirm, it's the one sent at 15:57, right? Yes, because that's the one we are projecting. So, Alain Luxembourg, do you accept the amendment? Yes. Do we have a direct negative? Sank, Northern Cyprus. Do you want to explain? I can't see them because of the returning of. So, Alina, yeah, sorry. Do you want to explain? No. Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we will go to a vote. We will need a little moment to prepare the vote for you. So we are preparing the vote for you. Vote. It is open, so please vote. Samsa Cyprus. Internet problems. Can someone help Samsa Cyprus? Northern Cyprus internet issues? No. I allow only point of orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not able to vote because it's saying your vote has already been submitted, but I did not vote.
So the vote has been, what I understand is that your vote has already been submitted while you have not submitted it. Yes.
Exactly.
So that means
Yeah, I voted. Thank you.
You
Sorry.
voted? Yes. Okay, thank you. Was Australia internet issues?
I have voted. Oh, it submitted. Oh, I think.
Okay, so we will count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the results as follows. In favor 47, against 3, abstain 10, total 60. So it's accepted with a two-thirds majority. Motion passes with a two-thirds majority. And we continue to a new subtopic. Is there a need of a speakers list? Termsik Turkey. Anyone else? Samsa Cyprus. Anyone else on the speakers list? No, so we are creating the slide for you, and then Termsik, you can start. Just a moment. Okay, Termsik, you can start.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Turkey, Melike Şihar. Dear IFMSA family, we hope that you have been enjoying the GA with the exchange of insights and the opportunity to forge new connections, and all while prioritizing both your physical and mental well-being. We would like to clarify some points mentioned in the statement that was sent by IFMSA Cyprus on the 4th of August and discussed during the president sessions. In their statement, it was mentioned as following: This is the case prevalence of the MIT rule. There have been huge lobbying efforts by TÜRKMİSK, Turkish Medical Students Association, and reference to values such as inclusivity and political neutrality for the sake of having positive change in areas such as healthcare, peace, and science. We believe in open communication, research-based insights, and collaboration to drive progress. By maintaining this strong stance against lobbying, we ensure that our efforts are solely dedicated to the betterment of our federation without any vested interest or hidden agendas influencing our goals and actions. We would like to clarify our stance and clear out any unbiased allegations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Samsa Cyprus, you have 2 minutes.
Stefanos from SAIMSA here. We have already explained our position on that specific statement in the president's sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a point of information by the IFMSA CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. We would like to clarify once again on the question we received from IFMSA Switzerland regarding whether the subco has to initiate an investigation or not once they receive a request. As bylaws paragraph 7.19 states, the Supervising Council may decide to reject a request for an investigation if there will be no apparent benefit from conducting an investigation for the Federation. This means that you can request it, but the subco can also reject investigation request. Because this has been a bit of confusion surrounding this, is this clear?
SWIMSA Switzerland.
This is Kevin from SWIMSA Switzerland speaking. Thank you for your clarification. But then does Annex 2, paragraph 2.6 apply to the IFMSA Pakistan situation as well? Thank you.
Sorry, can you please mention the bylaws paragraph again?
It's Annex 2, paragraph 2.6.
So CCC is discussing.
Okay, thank you for that question. We will clarify. So there might be someone who don't have the bylaws in front of them. For that reason, I will read this paragraph. Annex 2, 2.6. The Supervising Council shall conduct an investigation if there is a suspicion that an NMO does not abide by the Constitution and bylaws, or upon receiving an official request. So the official request part is not relevant because there has not been an official request from However, there was clarified in the VPM report that she recommends the subco to investigate because of the strong suspicions that was raised about IFMSA Pakistan. Since this is an official report from an elected EB member, our interpretation is that this should be considered a suspicion in accordance with the bylaws, which means that the Supervising Council is required to conduct an investigation into IFMSA Pakistan. Does that clarify the issue? Simsa, thank you.
Can we have another mic? Because that would be very helpful. Want information by IFMSA Subco?
IFMSA Subco, thank you CCC and SIMSA for the discussion. Can CCC clarify which exact paragraphs of the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws is there suspicion of being breached according to the VPM report?
IFMSA CCC?
Yes, this is John again from the CCC. Thank you for the question, Subco. So we agree that this paragraph is vaguely constructed because it only says the Supervisory Council shall conduct an investigation if there is a suspicion that an NMO does not abide by the Constitution and bylaws. Our interpretation of this is that an issue raised by an elected member of the EB is a strong enough suspicion that 2.6 of the Annex 2 apply. Is that clear?
IFMSA Subco again. So in the case that the VPM or any other official recommends to investigate actually an NMO without specifying which particular bylaw paragraphs of IFMSA Constitution and bylaws is breached, there is still a suspicion that they are in breach. IFMSA VPM can clarify if the report actually contains specific suspicion that IFMSA Constitution and bylaws are being breached, or there are other concerns that are raised in the report.
IFMSA VPM?
IFMSA VPM. Lucy speaking, she, her, thank you. I believe that within my report, there are clear suspicions of lack of democratic procedure and lack of abiding by the principles of the Federation as set out in the Constitution. But I believe that the Supervising Council is best educated to go over the bylaws and see which paragraphs apply.
IFMSA Supervising Council?
IFMSA Subco, I'm only asking these questions because we're having a complete declaration by the CCC that there is suspicion that there is a breach of IFMSA Constitution and bylaws. And according to IFMSA VPM right now, there is no clear confirmation of any of that, nor specific suspicion, unless the CCC confirms that what was just mentioned by the VPM is in breach of IFMSA Constitution and bylaws.
Yes, I need 2 minutes. So I would propose the following, that the people that were having a conversation in the plenary, that you come together and that you discuss them and that we come back with a conclusion to all, because otherwise it's going to take longer than needed, I think. Can you come with a common conclusion in 5 minutes? Okay, so we are back with the consensus, IFMSA VPM. And please be silent.
IFMSA Vice President for Members, Lucy speaking, she, her, thank you very much. We believe, well, we have reached the consensus that since in my report, I suggest that IFMSA Pakistan is claiming to represent medical students until 6 months after they graduate, whether or not those medical students have left IFMSA Pakistan, that is in breach of bylaw paragraph 2.2, which states that no medical students will be represented against their will. Thank you.
IFMSA subcode, thank you all for the clarification. The IFMSA subcode, thank you all for clarifications. I'm not saying that we will or we will not investigate. However, it is very clear that when there is a suspicion that bylaws and constitution are being breached, we will look into that specific matter. So we will look into the situations that IFMSA VPM requested. However, other things that VPM mentioned that are being done within the NMO, we will have to carefully assess to what degree we can investigate these situations that are in accordance with our mandate and with the IFMSA constitution and bylaws that specifies the autonomy of each NMO to handle their own affairs internally.
Yes. SIMSA Switzerland, last.
Sven, SIMSA Switzerland, he, him. This argument to me sounds like Subco does not want to investigate as per the claims that we have made in our statement. I just want to raise that I find it deeply concerning that a statement that is signed by 37 NMOs of all 5 regions clearly requesting an investigation in the plenary of the General Assembly, that should just not be accepted. So I just want to have some consideration that NMOs requested this and would really urge you to follow through on the request.
Okay, you can clarify, but briefly, and this is the last mention about this.
IFMSA subco, we are now talking about interpretations by the CCC, which are very important and setting important precedents for the future. And that's why we wanted to have a clear interpretation by them regarding everything that is being requested. And we're not saying that we will be declining the request. We have not fully explored everything that was being shared. And we will look into it.
So we will close the speakers list. So I have also, thank you for raising it, a request for you. We clustered any other business in like thematics. So if when you open a speakers list, you can stay to that coming thematic. And if you want to open a speakers list about something else, we will do it at the end of any other business. So the next thing we were actually going to talk about was about the sponsors for the AM 2024. And I asked for a speakers list for that. And I will do that again. So, IFMSA, do you want to be on the speakers list for the sponsors of the 2024 AM? Yes. Anyone else? No. So, IFMSA.
This statement is on the behalf, Elodie Prom for IFMSA speaking. This statement is on the behalf of IFMSA, IFMSA El Salvador, LIMSA Lithuania. Please raise your cards if you agree with it. Dear NMOs, dear IFMSA, yesterday we elected FIMSIC Finland as the new host for AM24. First, we would like to acknowledge their hard work over the past month to secure the organization of such a big event and thank them for perpetuating the tradition of IFMSA meeting. Yet, it is increasingly difficult for OCs to take on the cost caused by the organization of G8s. FIMSIC Finland shared with us their concerns about fundraising, and we are here to vote on 2 of the potential partners that come against the ethical fundraising framework. If these partners are adopted, a reform of the EFF is due. While we understand the need to find solutions to ensure the financial sustainabilities of GAs, OCs, we would like to raise our concerns about this discussion. Integrity is a value that is dear to us, as shown by the recent adoption of the policy document on integrity and transparency in medical education. Multiple studies have shown that gifts from medical companies are the first step to exposure to external influences that could bias our judgment and lead us to make decisions that are not entirely objective in our clinical practice. The ethical fundraising framework should not be seen as something restrictive for OCs, but more as our shield against dependence on medical companies. And it should not suffer from the GA's expectation, which have become unreachable over the years, as the previous GA's OC pointed out earlier. We, NMOs, have to do everything possible to preserve our values and integrity. Therefore, GA's format should be revised before we modify anything on the ethical fundraising framework, as it touches way bigger interests than just IFMSA meetings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So we will proceed to the following motion. Motion number 115, to recommend the EB to not refuse Lodger Oy as a sponsor for the 73rd August meeting, General Assembly 2024, proposed by IFMSA Finland. Do you want to explain?
This has already been explained during the present sessions, as well as the next motion.
Thank you. Is there any seconder? Esma Estonia. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Is there any direct negative? I see none. Motion passes nemo contra. We will proceed to motion number 116 to recommend the EB to not refuse Modulite OH as a sponsor for the 73rd August meeting, General Assembly 24, proposed by IFMSA Finland. Do you want to explain? No. Do you have any? Is there any seconder? IFMSA Spain. Are there any amendments? No. Do we have a direct negative? And France. Do you want to explain? Do you have an alternative motion? No. So we will open the vote. Please vote. We need more votes. Please vote. 10 more. We're almost there. Please vote. Almost there. Last couple of votes. One more vote before I will slowly count down. One more vote. Yes. So I will count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the result is as follows. In favor 49, against 6, abstain 6, total 61. Motion passes by simple majority. And we proceed to the next sub-item, which was membership of NEMU-NICIV Cape Verde. And therefore we have a request for a speakers list by, do you want to go first or last? In Portugal, and then IFMSA VPM. Anyone else on the speakers list? No, so we will continue with Anne Portugal. 2 minutes.
Hi again, this is Inês, and in Portugal, she, her. This is a statement by and in Portugal, but with the support of IFMSA Egypt, NMSA Norway, IFMSA Algeria, Medicine Sudan, AMSA Austria, IX Catalonia, IMSA Nigeria, METSA Rwanda, EMSA India, CAMSA Cameroon, EMSA Malawi, FGMSA Ghana, IM Burkina Faso, ABEM Burundi, IFMSA Spain. Dear NMOs, we would like to provide you with some information that positions us against the possible removal of NEMU-NICIV Cape Verde. After their removal failed in March meeting 2023, we were approached by Kelvin from CAMSA Cameroon in order to bridge the language barrier felt by this NMO. We had an IFMSA 101 session in Portuguese and met their EP, who speaks perfect English, so the only barrier is with French, who was very interested in understanding how to keep their membership and to become active in the federation. Since that first meeting, they kept in touch, revealing a lot of interest in fixing past problems. We were disheartened to learn that the previous EP did not include information on IFMSA in their endeavor, which difficulties the already hard process of maintaining membership when there are barriers to their engagement. Moreover, they didn't have access to their ifmsa.org email until last week, which meant they didn't receive any information on the 1st of July deadline, and therefore did not know what they had to do to avoid the tabling of this motion. Even so, some tasks were successfully completed. With all this in mind, we firmly believe that NEMU-NICIV Cape Verde should be given an opportunity to keep learning with IFMSA and to engage more with all of us, since this team has already taken steps to correct past mistakes. We appreciate your attention and we hope you take this matter into consideration.
Thank you. IFMSA VPM.
IFMSA VPM, Lucy speaking, she, her. Thank you. I will be reading a statement on behalf of NEMU-NICIV Cabo Verde, as they cannot be present here today. Excellent direction of the IFMSA. In these almost 2 years of partnership with our institutions, it has been possible to provide us with excellent experiences as an institution, and without a doubt, with your help, our institution can improve at a technical level. We only have to win with you. However, we faced some technical complications, namely that we did not have access to our online platform and the links sent by you, making us unable to access them, register for events, or other scheduled activities. Therefore, we contacted you and together we overcame this problem a few days ago, and that is why we could not submit the NMO report, despite having it ready. We sincerely apologize for this inconvenience, which was beyond our control. Sincerely, Sarah Borges Martins for NEMU-NICIV Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. So we proceed to the motion. Motion number 117, which reads to terminate the membership of NIV Cape Verde in the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain?
Could we, because this is a motion which regularly leads to a lot of confusion in the room and a lot of confused votes, could we have a detailed explanation of what in favor and abstention and no, and in favor and against and abstention mean from the CCC? Thank you.
Yes. So point of information by the IFMSA CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. This motion reads to, can we have the motion on the screen, please? This motion reads to terminate the membership of the Municip Cape Verde. This means that if this motion passes, then Cape Verde is removed, which means voting in favor is voting for them to be removed. Voting against this motion is voting for them to stay. Is there any confusion about how the voting for this motion will go? Okay, I have been asked to repeat, so I will repeat. This motion reads to terminate the membership of Nemuni Civil Cape Verde in the IFMSA. This means that if this motion passes, then their membership will be removed. Voting in favor of this motion means voting to remove Cape Verde. Voting against this motion means voting for them to stay. Is there any confusion about this in the room? Thank you.
I see none. So do we have any seconders? Then in Brazil, do we have any amendments? I see none. Is there a direct negative? Czech Republic. Do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we will go to a vote. Vote is open. You can vote. Please vote. We need a few more votes to get to the threshold. So we will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we move on to, yes, so I'll announce the results. In favor, which means to remove, Nimusiv Cap Verde 8. Against, which means for them to stay, 41. Abstain, 12. Total 61. Motion fails. So we will move to the next topic of this AOB, which is about global priorities proposals. Do we need any speakers list on that? I don't see any. So we'll proceed to the motion. Please be quiet. We are almost there. Motion 118 reads to adopt the global priorities proposal for the term 23-24. Proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? Are there seconders online? Do we have seconders online? Limsa Lithuania, thank you for being there. So, do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain, do you want to explain? Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No, so we proceed. The vote is open. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. We are almost there. We are there. I will count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting's closed. So we have in favor 56, against 1, abstain 0, total 57. Motion passes with 2/3 majority. And we move to the next sub-item of the any other business, which is on the IFMSA Environmental Declaration. And I was requested to open a speakers list by IFMSA Quebec. Does anyone else want to be on this speakers list? I see none. So IFMSA Quebec, you have exactly 2 minutes.
This statement is on behalf of 30 NMOs from all 5 regions of IFMSA. Dearest NMOs, it has been acknowledged many times within this federation that climate change represents an unprecedented concern due to its major consequences to the health of the population and to the planet. The IFMSA has been taking action on many levels to respond to the climate crisis. However, our federation is also unavoidably contributing to the climate crisis itself due to its broad span of activities. We would like to express our gratitude to the TO for their incredible work on the environmental sustainability mandate, which was adopted in the March meeting 2023. We are thrilled to see the envisioned concrete actions to be taken by the IFMSA on increasing climate action within the Federation in order to decrease our carbon footprint and increase our engagement, as mentioned in the IFMSA Environmental Declaration. Still, we would like to call upon the TO to assess the options available in terms of their commitments and assessment of IFMSA's current carbon footprint. This will allow us to have a baseline from which we will be able to determine the impact of the undertaken actions to reduce our carbon footprint. We also ask the TO to ensure that commitments are binding enough to have a relevant impact on the reduction of our environmental footprint. Furthermore, we urge all NMOs to actively engage in climate action by the adoption of a strategy for environmental sustainability, capacity building to their members, as well as the assessment and mitigation of their carbon footprint. We look forward to making this federation more sustainable and taking accountability for our environmental impact so we can play our role in addressing the climate crisis. We trust that you, the NMOs, will recognize the importance in adopting and abiding by the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. So we proceed to motion number 119 to adopt the IFMSA Environmental Declaration as shared on the NMO server on the 27th of July 2023, proposed by IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain?
Yes.
Okay.
We will be amending the motion to shared on the NMO server on the 6th of August because we incorporated the input from NMOs. Thank you.
Okay. So do we have any seconder? Asemco Colombia. Do we have any amendments? IFMSA B.
Yes, to amend the motion to say to adopt the IFMSA Environmental Declaration as shared on the NMO server on the 6th of July 2020. 6th of August 2023.
Asemco Colombia, do you agree with the amendments? I'm losing my words at the end of plenary 6. Okay, so it's incorporated in the original motion. Do we have any direct negative? Your flag, please. And light is shining on it. Slovenia? I must say Serbia, sorry. So we will, do you want to explain? I must say Serbia. Do you want to explain? No. Do you want to propose an alternative motion? No. So we continue to a vote. Yeah, the vote is open. You can vote. Please vote. Please vote. We need the extra few votes. Okay, we received them, so I'll count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the results as follows: 51 in favor, against 0, abstain 1, total 52. Motion passes with simple majority. And we move on to the next subtopic on the IFMSA brand manual. Do we need the speakers list? Oh, I'm moving faster. I want this plenary to end. but no. The next subtopic, the IFMSA Secretariat Framework. Do we need a speakers list for that? I see no request, so we move to motion number 120 to adopt the IFMSA Secretariat Framework as shared on the NMO server on the 3rd of August 2023, proposed by IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Rock. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Iran. Do you want to explain? Want to see a vote? Do you have an alternative motion? No. So we will proceed to a vote. Does the TO want chocolate pudding? Because too much of the plenary team is vegan.
Point of order.
Point of order?
It's IMSA Iran, not IFMSA Iran.
IMSA Iran.
You need to remove the F.
Yes. We need more votes. Please vote. Please vote. We need a few more votes. Almost there. Please vote. I will count down slowly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vote closes. So the result is in favor 53, against 0, abstain 1, total 54. Motion passes by simple majority. We move on to the next subtopic on the IFMSA brand manual. Do we need a speakers list for that? I don't see any requests. So we move on to motion 121 to adopt the IFMSA brand manual as shared on the NMO server on the 29th of July 2023, proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain?
Yes, I want to explain. IFMSA VVPRC Olga Shiher. This version of IFMSA brand manual consists all the relevant changes that were voted on when it comes to the BCPs on during this GA. So yes, that's it.
Thank you. Do we have any seconder? If you haven't seconded yet, I'll try to find you, but these are the most. IFMSA Philippines. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? I see none. Motion passes nemo contra. So I will explain to you how the plenary flow will go. If you want to have a speakers list now, you can. After that, we will go through some funny motions to give the IFMSA CCC time to finalize their report. You can still submit funny motions. They are being selected on being funny or not. No pressure. A little bit of pressure. And then we can have a final speakers list before the closing of this General Assembly. So, does anyone want the speakers list at the end of this agenda item? IFMSA TO, IFMSA Quebec, IFMSA Ukraine, and in Portugal, and PIMSIC Finland. And in Portugal, after that. We are missing someone on the speakers list. Please check if you are there. PIMSIC Finland after IFMSA Ukraine. Before IFMSA Ukraine. Okay, and IFMSA. But we will have one at the end as well, right? Okay, so IFMSA head of OC. Okay.
Yeah, I have point of order. Since the statement gonna consist the trigger warning and the presentation, I think maybe we're gonna have the technical break to see the presentation to switch it on, and also to put the trigger warning for those who are vulnerable. So I think it's gonna be.
Yes, that's a good point. So, several requests. All statements are to be held within 2 minutes. Second, if you have a trigger warning in your statement, please come to me. Then we can order the statements. And also, if you want to have a certain order in the statement, which is not in here, we can discuss it. So we'll have a 5-minute break so that we can order the speakers list accordingly. Thank you for raising that.
Point of information.
Sorry. Yes, point of information.
My hand is up to be part of the speakers list.
So RD Africa was talking, I think.
Yes.
And you want to be on the speakers list?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people with a trigger warning or that want to be at a specific place on the speakers list can come to the chair, then we can discuss that. And those who do not need to do so, you can stretch your legs, stretch your arms.
say the name, you mean like after the name I have to know? You too, I know you too, but I may not. This is my only chance to photograph me being there. Take a photograph. You're on your working hours. I will not record.
Okay. There's also take a picture of you, like in the plenary office. You want that? No?
Yes, I won't be the one saying my statement to be one of my delegation, but for the sake of not experiencing this, I'm telling that to me. Not that complicated. Just that right?
Okay, so I need 5 minutes to check the statements.
Find it and we find it. Where did we put it? I think we passed it off. Yeah, I did it. No, not me. I think they did. Okay, thank you.
Not informed of this by so.
Let's just put our names on it.
I just put person Anna, and sometimes if it wasn't clear which person Anna, then I can say an L under in brackets. So when I opened, so he was like, "Put your name down." When I opened, I just saw 5 names: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No animals, so I just put my name down.
Hello, Helms agrees. Can you send your statement to me? Thank you.
Yeah, because I finished back to Portugal. I did back in Portugal. Then it was fighting me. Okay, there's nothing more than. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes.
Okay, so we will resume. Would the last 3 speakers on the speakers list please come for 2 minutes? Okay, so we are going to resume. Thank you for your time so that we could have some reflection and ordering. So we will have 6 statements without trigger warnings, and I will announce the others after. So you can take your seat and we will proceed with the speakers list. And please be silent to people that deliver an intervention to us. Okay, so first will be IFMSA TO. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Dear animals, this statement is on behalf of the team of officials and supervising council. Dear plenary team, words of thanks and appreciation would never be enough for your immense support and extraordinary work in making this General Assembly meeting a success. Your dedication, commitment, knowledge, experience, and leadership have been a major contributing factor towards providing us with an efficient decision-making experience. Despite your late appointment, you still maintained the highest level of professionalism and preparedness. We would like to thank our financial committee, Diantha, Michelle, and Anna, for their incredible efforts in reviewing and examining the financial processes and accounts of the Federation. We would like to thank our returning officers, Abdullah, Yaqub, Anina, Johanan, Sarah, and Zain, for their very much appreciated efforts in providing support to our delegates in speaking and providing their thoughts and inputs. We would like to thank our CCC, John, Theming, Athena, Elvera, and Monaki for allowing us to adhere to our constitution and bylaws with their immense experience and knowledge, and thus facilitating a fair and democratic decision-making process. We would like to also thank the secretary team, Anouk, Farah, Mohammed, Fatima, and Sarah, for their endless support in making sure all our decisions and statements are well documented. We would like to also thank the vice chairperson, Thomas, for taking care of our NEMO vote and making sure our animals are able to voice their votes and decisions.
Last and definitely not least, we would extend our thanks to our one and only chair, Juliet, for being the example of the leader this federation wants for its decision-making processes. We thank you for successfully chairing a GA that will remain in our memories for years to come. Again, thank you to the entire plenary team. We could not have done it without you, your team of officials and supervising council for the term 22-23.
Thank you. We will move to IFMSA Quebec. You have 2 minutes.
Dear NMOs, EBTO, and plenary team, this statement is on behalf of IX Catalonia, IFMSA Quebec, IMSA Hong Kong, IFMSA Brazil, IFMSA Kurdistan. We did it. We finally did it. And when we say we, it is not only the associates, but all of you. NMOs who have made this possible. We made history during plenary 4 of the August meeting 2023 in Delhi, India, by granting 5 out of 7 associate members their right to vote in general assemblies and their right to fair representation. Some of us now have a voice for our medical students back home. For at least the past 10 years, our members have put sweat and tears into making this possible. We are beyond grateful to have accomplished this feat, which was passed down through each generation of NMO presidents, whose work we would also like to acknowledge and thank for in this statement. This is the federation that we stand by, and we should be proud of all the hard work we've done so far. The principles we stand by on a daily basis should be a testament that us, the future, are full of hope and motivation, and are and will be the cannon for change. Lastly, we would like to extend our gratitude to those NMOs and TO members involved in this discussion. Particularly, we could not have done it without the help of the VPM IT, who facilitated many sessions for us to raise awareness on the issue, and the NMOs who openly supported and encouraged us in this journey. Thank you so very much. We'll see you in March meeting 2024 in Ecuador with a new line drawn on our working cards. Lots of love and consensual hugs, your associates.
Thank you. We will move to the next statement by Anne in Portugal. You have 2 minutes.
Hi again, Inez, Anne in Portugal, she, her. This is a statement on behalf of Anne in Portugal, IMCC Denmark, Medicine Sudan, Leipzig, Lebanon, IMSA Iran, IFMSA Algeria, LM Luxembourg, IFMSA BH Bahrain, IFMSA Pakistan, NMF Mexico, MSI India, IFMSA Quebec, IFMSA Spain. We are writing to express our concerns regarding the current state of certain standing committee sessions in the General Assemblies, specifically in terms of their depth, relevance, and engagement. It has come to our attention that many SC sessions lack the necessary depth required for effective learning and skill acquisition. Additionally, although acknowledging the significance of repeating certain sessions and topics, we believe we should aim to diversify content and foster greater engagement among delegates. To address these concerns, we advocate for the introduction of parallel sessions that cater to varying levels of experience and familiarity with the topics at hand and adequate facilities for them to take place. By offering sessions of different difficulty levels, we can accommodate a wider range of delegates, ensuring that each participant is adequately challenged and engaged in their learning journey. In light of these issues and recognizing that some sessions may not fully meet the needs of most national member organizations and delegates, we suggest surveying NMOs in all SC with training needs assessments to adequate the curricula. This way, we allow for better engagement and a better tailoring of the sessions to specific interests and priorities, leading to more powerful and valuable experiences for all participants. Additionally, we urge all NMOs and delegates to diligently and accurately fill out the existing training needs and pre-evaluation forms, as well as any other surveys that might be implemented in the future. Your valuable input plays a crucial role in shaping the content and delivery of SC sessions, and your cooperation in providing timely feedback is greatly appreciated. Finally, we believe that sharing the pre-evaluation forms earlier could positively impact the preparation processes for IT and session team.
So I will give the floor to AEMPPI Ecuador. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear IFMSA family, we can express how happy we are after we got selected as your next host for the biggest meeting of our federation. We are really thankful for being trusted by all the NMOs. After sending the news to our dear members, we couldn't contain our emotion, and I just keep watching and watching stories on social media of my friends with all of the joy of being selected. We have heard all of the input you delivered to us, and I assure you we will deliver the best of spaces for all of you. And we are very aware of what we need to do. Everyone at IMP Ecuador is waiting for you in the middle of the world, in the heart of South America, where the independence of Latin American countries began. Now is waiting for you to offer the best of the experience. On behalf of IMP Ecuador, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Then we move to the head of OC. You have 2 minutes. Can she have a mic?
Dear NMOs, please raise your voting cards if you support this statement. I'm here to talk to you today about, as AM23 OC Chair, about an unfortunate event that took place last night. Yesterday at around 5:30 a.m., we received a call from the night manager about a room party that was extremely loud and unsafe. The hotel staff had tried to intervene, but the delegates were arguing with them and refused to follow their instructions. When one OC member tried to intervene, they were told things like, "You should open the hall for us so we can party. Why does the OC stop social so early? I want to talk to someone who is higher up in the OC," etc. It was also heavily implied that because the people in the party and because the person talking to my OC member and the hotel staff was a head of delegation, they should be allowed to do whatever they want to do. It was also said at one point, something along the lines of, "You will report me to the COCC for this, and that is fine." So we have reported this to the COCC, and we will be pursuing action against the people in that party and the person talking to my OC member and the head of delegation. Furthermore, I would like to inform you that at this point, from now on, the hotel will be asking any members found to be having a room party to leave the premises immediately. The condescending and disrespectful behavior towards OC and the hotel staff has forced us to make decisions that we do not enjoy. However, such behavior is not acceptable in any social or professional situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have the RD Africa for, you can have the floor for 2 minutes. Can you check first if you're audible?
Yes, I believe, but I sent a message regarding that. I mean, the statement contains some triggers, so I don't know.
Sorry, can you repeat that last sentence?
I said I sent an email stating that
Okay, okay, thank you. I will need to check it. So
All
I
right.
need 3 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, so thank you for mentioning that. Okay, so now we move on to 4 statements with trigger warnings, and I will read them to you. All statements remain within 2 minutes. So we have 1 statement with a trigger warning for racism, at least 1 statement with a trigger warning for death and migration, and 1 statement, 2 statements actually, with a trigger warning for war, explicit visual content and death. So for those topics, if you want to leave the room, you can leave the room now. I'll give you 2 minutes for that. And the plenary team will, because it's about trigger warning, we will leave so that you cannot, so that we are not filmed if we show too much emotions concerning these triggers. Okay, can the camera not look at us because otherwise... No. Can the camera look at no one, or can we maybe turn off the camera? Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, so you have a few more seconds to leave the room. Okay, so we will begin. RD Africa, you have 2 minutes. You can start.
Dear IFMSA family, it has been 3 years since I joined this federation with a sign of hope to contribute to the development of medical students and participating immensely in the international stage. Today, I am signing out proud of my region and the work it does in a very challenging circumstances. I'm speaking today not as an official, but as a member of this federation who hope to see when person is not gated by elitism, institutional racism, and a blatant anti-African sentiment. It has been allowed to be gripped within the federation, which is partly why I am not in India today with my beloved region. I am also gated. Over the course of this time, the region has been subjected to bureaucratic processes without proper constitutional basis, with frustrated, compassionate animals in our region who has been organizing IFMSA event. Now I know this basis sounds like heavy word to say. I can assure you they are even heavy to my experience. I have been unsupported, resulting into prolonged delays, one of which results into cancellation of 2 pre-ARM workshops 2 days before the beginning of the regional meeting. Denials in attending external meeting, and lack of proper handing over from my predecessor, which was never put into perspective. Approval of SRT that can potentially affect the outcome of ARM attendance, just to name a few. This does not surprise me as a Black man. I grew up knowing that if you dare speak up or stand up for yourself, I stand at the risk of being labeled as violent, aggressive. When I spoke out internally against the treatment of our GA hosts, the same evening, I faced retaliation in a form of potential investigation. Some of the accusations labeled me included called aggressive. As a Black man, no one can lecture me about racism. I have lived it, I have smelled it a mile away. I am deeply hurt how I have never expected to be subjected to such experience in the Federation that I love by the people elected to support and lead IFMSA, our hardworking team of officers. Beginning of this term, both the RDs and the LOs were asked to submit relevant external meeting they would like to attend. I will also state that unlike most of the officers, our region has only one regular external meeting, which cannot be missed. However, on several occasions has been financially blocked by the executive of this federation.
Thank you, Yaya.
Thank you. The remaining statement will be sent through this house. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And the entire statement will be sent over the NMO server. Thank you. Okay, so we move on to the next speaker on the speakers list, Helmsick Greece. You have 2 minutes.
Dear FMSA, dear NMOs, we're making this statement in order to raise the proper awareness to a tragic event that took place in the Mediterranean Sea, more specifically the coast of Pylos, a coastal Greek city, in early June. A fishing vessel traveling from Libya to Italy and carrying around 750 people, including children, who were trying to seek safety, sank on the coast of Pylos in a spot that consists of the deepest of the Mediterranean Sea. Only 104 people were saved, while the majority was never found, making this migrant shipwreck one of the deadliest in modern history. The remaining witnesses report a series of action taken, including a fatal towing by the Hellenic Coast Guard that led to this increased number of deceased refugees. Allegation that Hellenic Coast Guard, of course, has denied numerous times. After all the suffering, damage, and loss, victims had to endure brutality by Greek authorities who confiscated their phones and did not give them any related documentation or tell them how to retrieve their property. Nabil, a survivor of Syrian origin, told the organization, "It's not only the evidence of the wreck that have been taken from me, my memories of my friends who were lost, my life has been taken from me." The ongoing tragedy of shipwrecks involving refugees in the Mediterranean Sea is a common issue that gets very little, if any, coverage in the media. While covering the truth, events, and protecting the governments, the pushbacks are real events that happen every day. As a global community, as medical students, and as advocates, we have to take action and protect every person's human rights, the right to safety, to health, and to dignity. We call NMOs and IFMSA to continue and establish their activities and advocacy effort regarding medical education, access to health and safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then FIMSIC Finland and IFMSA Ukraine. Do we have a mic for them? Okay, so you can start.
Dear IFMSA community, this statement is on behalf of the President of the Ukrainian Medical Students Association, IFMSA Ukraine. Since 24th of February 2022, the war in Ukraine has caused widespread suffering to its people and serious damage to the country's infrastructure. For a better understanding of the consequences that Russian terrorism entails, we provide some statistics. 1,129 attacks on the healthcare system in general. Roughly 18 million people need humanitarian aid and protection. Almost 10 million people, including 7.8 million children, are at risk of acute post-traumatic stress disorder. This list can be extended further, but the fact remains constant. This war is provoked by Russia, a war against freedom, democracy, human rights, and humanity itself. Values that unite the free world, values that we, as future doctors and healthcare providers, uphold. It is stated that IFMSA is officially recognized as a non-governmental organization, NGO, within the United Nations system, as well as in official relations with the WHO. Considering this, it would be appropriate to mention the reaction of these organizations to Russian aggression. UN. On 7th of April, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for Russia to be suspended from the Human Rights Council. The resolution received a 2/3 majority. WHO, the World Health Organization, announced on May 15th, 2023, that its European members had decided to close a regional office in Moscow. This decision was made in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which began on February 24th, 2022. Thank you.
IFMSA Ukraine.
So as the NMO president, I can confirm that out of 12 existing LCs, only 4 are functioning and the rest are looking like you can see on the screen. The amount of occupied territory is equivalent to the territories the size of almost entire Italy or Austria and Switzerland combined. Like yesterday, when we were voting, I got the news that Russia bombed a blood transfusion center where people were inside helping the injured civilians. On August 1st, our colleague was killed on his very first day at work. We started with these pictures, and this is how traumatized nation looks like. This is how our Ukrainian children are seeing their life right now. And I would like to highlight that any cooperation and exchanges with Russian NMOs leads to the taxation, which is then used by the state to purchase missiles and killing more and more Ukrainians. Next time, when you cooperate with such NMOs, keep in mind these pictures from our children. And this is the diary of 8-year-old boy. He was living with his family under occupation. And he says in his diary that he lost his grandma, dogs, and his city. But he remains positive. He was planning to celebrate his birthday with his friends after the war. But the war has no happy endings, and he and his family didn't make it. And the last very important thing that I would like to highlight, that it's almost 2 years of the war. Russian NMOs continue to remain silent about the events. They've never contacted us, not personally, not through the server. And I think it is a statement. Thank you.
So you'll have a 8 minutes break. So I need you to be back at 2048.
Is PMSA Palestine here? Palestine? Are you here? Oh.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes left.
I don't want to be associated with I don't want to be associated with I'm a funny, in a funny way, I would say. Very hard on something style. Funny in a funny way.
Hello. So I will be asking you to go back to your seats.
No,
Uh,
I will do 2 minutes right. It's still break. Well, I need to do 10 minutes. I make a
You want to start to refresh? Thank you for leaving it. Right, if I write 2/3 majority, I'll commit it because that's how it is. So did you confirm the amount of yes. You also make that out too. Oh, you got like that. No, that's the account. I'll go.
Okay, so we continue. And please get seated. So due to some mutual misunderstanding, we missed a statement on the last speakers list. So we will not exactly continue it as I have said. Please sit down. Please sit down and close. No. Please sit down and be quiet. Okay. So as I said, we missed a statement on the last speakers list amongst the triggers statements. So I will read to you. We will have a new speakers list. And on that speakers list will be PMS Palestine and LEMSEC Lebanon. And I will read the trigger warning to you. I'll give you 40 seconds, 1 minute to leave the room. We have the statements. And then we will have a break of 2 minutes. And I will ask you to stay seated so that we can proceed. Okay? So please be quiet. So the statement that's going to be read has a trigger warning for murder, conflict, and violence. If you want to leave the room, you can do so now. You have 1 minute. And I would like the camera to be off for this intervention. You can raise your voting card. Or that was not to me. And in the meanwhile, PMS Palestine and Lemsik level the mic. You have a few more seconds to leave the room. Can you, yeah, they have been found. Okay, so you have okay, wherever you want. You can start.
On behalf of IFMSA Palestine and all other animals that are mentioned in the animal server, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, team of officials, and animals delegation for creating a truly unforgettable AM experience despite all challenges that have faced. I would also like to congratulate all elected TO members and also wishing them a fruitful term. As this is one of the biggest gathering of medical students all around the world, we feel the urge to use this platform and advocate for Palestinian rights and shed light on the human rights violations imposed by the Israeli government every day. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, this year has the highest number of Palestinian deaths by Israeli occupation forces. The death toll of Palestinians in the West Bank in 2023, as well as more than 4,300 injured, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. This year has now already years as the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank since the UN began recording in 2005. The recent inclusion in Jenin camp and the injury of 120 and the evacuation of more than 3,000 people and the destruction of more than 500 houses. This is just one instance among countless others that have led to a loss of innocent lives, destruction of homes and schools, and severe limitation on access to essential healthcare services.
Thank you. Lemsik Lebanon.
This is a continuation to IFMSA Palestine's statement.
Daily raids to Palestinian cities and refugee camps is the reality we live in. Since the beginning of this year, Palestine has witnessed storming of religious sites by settlers, demolishing houses and schools in every city. Air raids against beside Gaza and building settlements on stolen Palestinian land. This is no different than what we have faced for the past 75 years. More than 900 Palestinians are held as administrative prisoners with no trial or case against them, and movement is restricted by checkpoints, border control, and permits. We could go on listing these atrocities, but this ethnic cleansing has been ongoing for more than 75 years. As healthcare providers and human rights advocates, we urge you to take a stance against these violations, condemn the attacking and murdering of innocent civilians, and try to be more aware of the atrocities that Palestinians face every day. We in BAMSA Palestine encourage you to approach us in order to find a way to advocate for Palestine and share the challenges of our healthcare system that we faces with your members. Despite these challenges, we are proud of what BAMSA Palestine has achieved in IFMSA and will continue representing our country and students. However, Israeli restrictions are making it more difficult than ever. Just a few days ago, 2 of our incoming students were denied visas due to the unjust process at the airport security. These are the same issues that they publicize for the segregation and apartheid that we live under. Finally, we must remind you again that the 600 checkpoints, 1 million Israeli settlers in the West Bank, 150 child prisoners, plus 900 administrative prisoners, the 851 demolished houses, and our martyrs are not just numbers. This is our reality and the environment in which our healthcare system operates. These are clear violations of human rights and must be condemned. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, so we will have 10 more minutes break so that the CCC can finish their report. Then we have some funny motions, not too long because we don't have too long. And then some last statements before closing. I think you had already 3. What? Okay, but yeah, I just felt that after like heavy statements and then the funny motion, it's like, I don't know. Well, so I want you back at 21:13, okay? 21:13.
they're like asking about our report has to be amended after adoption or upon amendment.
seat. Text your neighbor to come if you have their number. And log into Nemo Vote. We will start as soon as we have quorum and the vice chair. So we will resume soon. Get to your seats and into Nemo Vote.
You're done, right? Yeah.
As soon as we have quorum, we will start. And the CCC has worked very hard, so let's give them an acceptable amount of votes for their report. More than just quorum. Okay, we are going to start. So be silent. I am going to move to the next agenda item 52. Oh. Yeah. So I just need 4 more people for quorum. And preferably more, of course. Point of information by the CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So there is now a present waiting for you in your Gmail inbox. Of course, you have been waiting for this for a long time. It's there now. It's the final Constitution Credential Committee report to this GA. Please read it. It's just 72 pages. So you can take a few minutes now, and then we'll proceed to vote on the report. Kindly raise any questions, concerns, and we'll address them as good as we can. Thanks.
So you have 5 minutes to have a look at the CCC report. So I'll come back to you at 2023. Please go through it. So you have 3 minutes to further scroll through the report. You have 1 minute to further scroll through the report. Okay, so time is up. IFMSA CCC. And please, I understand that you're eating and you can eat and listen, but you cannot talk and listen. So if you want to eat, you eat and listen, but you're quiet.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. So there is an issue. It's a very small issue, I promise. So we specify in the result sections for candidates that were not elected, we specify which plenary it happened in, which should not be the case. So we will be amending that. There will also be an amendment for the last votes, include. Am I not audible? No? Okay, sorry. We will be amending it to remove in the result sections for candidates that were not elected, we will remove the specification of in which plenary it happened. We will also add the last votes, including the vote on this motion and also the vote on the motion to close the plenary, adjourn maybe, not sure. And also updating the voting rights, which we know when the GA is closed. Has anyone found any other issue, question, anything else that seems not right? Turkmesik, Turkey?
Turkmesik Turkey, Melike Şiher. I think in one of the, our name is misspelled. It says Turkey.
Oh, it doesn't. Where?
In the
No, that was the motion.
voting rights
Oh, they
for
changed it.
plenary sessions part.
Okay, thank you. So we will amend that as well to correct the name for Turkmesik, Turkey.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, concerns? Someone is raising a hand.
Thank you. I think you misspelled Kazakhstan in one of the procedural motion proposed by Kazakhstan.
Do you have a number or a page or something?
Wait.
Wait, what?
The procedural motion proposed by Kazakhstan to suspend bylaw 2.10.
Thank you. Yes, that is indeed a typo. Glad you had the time to read it through so thoroughly, everyone. Well done. Any other issues you have found? No other points that should be specified? Okay, thank you for the floor.
Then we proceed. We proceed to motion number 122 to adopt the final report of the Constitutional Credential Committee of the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 2023, proposed by the Executive Board. IFMSA Executive Board, do you want to explain? No. Do we have any seconders? If there's any online that haven't seconded yet. If you haven't seconded yet, raise your voting cards. I think you have all seconded. I'll check online. Okay, there's no one like, okay, who's the fastest? 1, 2, 3. Is that Norway? Norway? Yes. NMSA Norway? Yes. Okay, do you have any amendments? IFMSA CCC?
Yes, this is Sieber from the CCC. We would like to amend the motion to say amended final report.
NMSA Norway, do you accept the amendments?
Point of order. The proposal also has to accept the amendment.
Oh. IFMSA Executive Board, do you accept the amendment? NMSA Norway, do you accept the amendment? Both proposer and seconder accept the amendment. So the amendment is incorporated in the original motion. Is there any direct negative? I see none. Motion passes nemo contra. Okay, so we will move to the funny motions. So I'm going to read. Okay, so there's a chair. The chairs are not agreeing on who is going to read the funny motions. Okay, by 2/3 majority, I will read the funny motions. Okay. So the first motion is proposed by the World Divorce Association. It reads, for the IFMSA General Assembly to officially divorce IFMSA VPRC and the IFMSA LPH and to mandate all the successors and predecessors to be happily divorced ever after. It is to confirm the happy separation that happened during this term. And we see a certificate of divorce. So, IFMSA CCC.
Thank you, John from the CCC. This motion is invalid. Thank you so much.
The World Divorce Association does not have proposing rights here.
So then we have a motion proposed by the Euro team, aka ET Europe team, European Regional Team, to adopt AMSA Australia to the European region. Seconded by our grandma, Mariona. She's not the only grandmother here. Oh well.
Point of order.
IFMSA CCC.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC. This motion is invalid because before the passing of the motion, Australia is actually too far away. So it doesn't work.
So funny motion number 3. To amend the official flag of Slums Sussex. CZ merged animal of Slomza Slovakia, Slomzik Slovenia, and IFMSA CZ Czech Republic. As IFMSA CC is eating, we will proceed. So funny motion number 4, mandate to FIMSIC Finland to say what shampoo they use so that to have that hair. Proposed by IFMSA Spain and seconded by IECS IX Catalonia. Okay, so Finland, we would like to know what shampoo you are using. Aussie shampoo and
Oh, the brand. The brand is Kotimaista.
Kotimaista. We will all Google it. Point of information by Simsa Cyprus. Okay. So funny motion number 5, to elect a clown as the official pet of the IFMSA. That is scary. I'm not sure about this, but well, IFMSA's amendments by wait. Proposed by IFMSA Spain. Do you want to explain? Yes.
No, I don't want to explain it.
LPH has seconded this motion and we have an amendment by the IFMSA VPM. Okay, so okay, is the motion valid?
These were supposed to be fun emotions.
Okay. Sorry, can I interrupt? Point of order from the CCC. Because the motions were submitted with seconders, we have to proceed to vote. So we need to redo them. There's no specific definition, so it is our interpretation as CCC.
Okay, so we proceed to the next motion. Okay. So funding motion number 6, to let Lucia LSR to cut her bangs, proposed by IFMSA Spain. Do you want to explain? Lucia, do you want to explain?
Lucia has to explain it.
So the thing is that I want to do an informal vote for everyone to decide what the fuck do I have to do with my banks, because they are in a moment that they are like a little bit long, but I don't know if I should cut them. So let's do an informal vote, right?
Okay, so we can do the stretching exercise again. You waiver your voting card if Lucia should cut her bangs. Let's. Okay, I think the message is clear.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. I will try to do this tonight.
I don't know. Okay, so funny motion number 7, we might skip, I think. No, I'm joking. To appoint a member of the plenary team to do the math for all the NMOs on the chalk screen in the future, as NMOs do not like math. Proposed by IMCC Denmark and FIMSIC Finland. We really tried a bit. Okay, so funny motion number 8. To have the next General Assembly March meeting 2024 in Eloy, Iceland, proposed by IMSA Iceland and Hamstrik, Hungary. Yes, so a part plenary is confused, but people are laughing, so I think that's good. Okay, so funny motion number 9 to change the name of IFMSA Iceland to IMSA Iceland to IMSA Iceland. We'll do the informal like wavering of the card again. I would consider IMSA. Then to make Ardilla Ardilla Americas and his RT to dance the Tintintan. By acclamation. Point of information. Amendment. Okay.
To add to the motion right after we close the streaming.
Can we vote on this by acclamation? Okay, so next motion. No, IFMSA CC. Can a motion pass by acclamation? Okay. Okay, so funny motion number 10 for Calvin Barra to dance the Tin Tin Tin Tin song. I also need a Spanish speaker here at the plenary team to replace me. Proposed by Olga Barra. Olga Barra. And seconded by the Tio Capibaras. Capibaras. I'm having a hard time. Wait, do you want to proceed to a vote? No. Okay. So, funny motion number 11. To make John say, this is John from the CCC after every sentence until the M of the AM 2023.
No. I'm not sure. What? So VPM just asked a question to the CCC.
Point of order, I believe that the minute takers do not know who is currently speaking. This is IFMSA VPM.
Okay, thank you. This is it's the guy next to Seeming from the CCC.
John, John, John, John, John, John, John, John, John, John, John, John.
Thank you. This is John from the CCC.
Okay, motion number 12, to try our hardest to get sponsorship by major coffee brands. Proposed by BVMD, cups of coffee, please, and seconded by Swimsat Sweden. We approve. Motion to create a calendar of John from the CCC explaining the motion made to raise money for future GAs.
Can the proposer just clarify, where did this money go like before? No? Okay. No.
To rename bylaws to bylaws when suspended. Okay. For the plenary chairperson to record a ringtone with her signature intonation of please vote. A fan of plenary procedures and a fan of unusual ringtones. Motion to make Mohammed GPA make more unintentional mistakes to save the internet motions. We are done with the funny motions. Yes.
Procedural motion, IFMSA LRP, we would like to submit another procedural motion.
Okay, it'll take 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So the procedural motion reads to make Muhammad VPA give us all some. The chin chin chin tan tan.
Direct negative for Muhammad VPA, and I have the veto right.
We don't approve, sorry.
I think half of the Zoom and half of the plenary with her all for jokes. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, IFMSA LRP, on behalf of the TO minus IFMSA VPA, we would like to submit a procedural motion that reads to make Muhammad VPA give us some right after Kelvin Bara dances the chin chin chin tan tan. Kelvin Bara dances the chin chin chin tan tan.
Okay, we don't know what that means, but you can wave your voting card again. Okay, so Mohammed will give us some. Okay, so we will conclude the funny motions. Is there anyone that wants to say anything else? So the last speakers list. The last speakers list. Okay, so we have Anna in Portugal. Oh, sorry. Ajax Catalonia, Anna in Portugal. Secretary on behalf of the plenary team. EB elect. No, team of IFMSA team of officials. Sorry, it was.
I would like to be on the end.
I will allow it.
Can you also be like yeah, thank you for being the last one.
So EB elect first or last?
Last.
Last.
I can take you.
And MSI India, you can go in the middle somewhere, is that okay? Do we have anyone else that wants to speak? Okay, so.
She's not.
IFMSA TO, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear NMOs, dear OC of AM 2023, on behalf of the IFMSA's Team of Officials 2022-2023 and IFMSA SAFCO, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks and admiration for the exceptional efforts invested in organizing the August meeting 2023 in Delhi, India. It is truly commendable that this remarkable self-organized event came to fruition despite the constraints of a short timeline. Your team's tireless commitment and determination to make it happen deserve our utmost appreciation. The fact that such an impactful General Assembly was successfully executed in a limited time frame and with limited resources at its start is proof of the efficiency, teamwork, and motivation of the organizing committee members. Your ability to manage various logistical aspects of this self-organized event despite the constraints of a short timeline only demonstrates a level of dedication that surpassed all our expectations. Your hard work behind the scenes did not go unnoticed, and it is evident that your passion for creating a meaningful and enriching experience drove every decision you made. The success of the August meeting 2023 is a reflection of the organizing committee's strong commitment to fostering a diverse and inclusive environment for all attendees. Your efforts have left an impact on all participants, creating memories and connections that will last. Thank you once again for your remarkable work, turning a vision into reality in record time. With profound gratitude, IFMSA TO 2223.
Thank you. So then we have the secretary on behalf of the plenary team.
Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of the plenary team. The decisions we make and the procedures we follow bind us as members of the Federation. It drives us forward, gives us work credibility, and fosters continuance. Dialogue is crucial for just decision-making. Contributing to decision-making is something honorable. As a plenary team, we have worked hard to facilitate rich and meaningful dialogue and to register it for the sake of institutional memory. We have a crucial role in the work of the Federation. Yet, over the last 6 General Assemblies, the plenary team selection concludes at a very late stage. Some of us were selected only a few days before this August meeting. Some of us were selected during the GA. The current selection, with 6 calls, is no exception. With these late selections, the Federation puts immense pressure on those who feel the responsibility to step up in time of need. During a lack of time for preparation, we endanger on decision-making processes and thus our final decisions. We would like to ask the O and delegates to this General Assembly to reflect on current limitations for plenary team selections and for NMOs to encourage your members to apply. In the end, it's a valuable and enriching experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we have AX Catalonia.
Dear IFMSA family, it is with a heavy heart that we are reaching the last days of the August meeting General Assembly 2023. These past days have been a roller coaster of emotions for all of us, and the living image that the Federation put all of their efforts into making sure this GA was successfully carried out. We would like to thank the individuals who made it possible for our plenaries to be as efficient as possible. Even our dark negatives or points of order or requests for breaks did not always make it easy for you. Thank you, Juliet, for leading the spaces. We acknowledge and thank your passion for the most important decision-making space of this Federation. Thank you, Thomas, for your constant work and support in the chair. Thank you to our amazing secretary assistants, Mohammed, Fatima, Jean-Paul, and Joma, and also to the amazing and fast returning officers, Johanan, Abdullah, and all volunteers who helped. Thank you for the supportive and efficient CCC, Athena, John from the CCC, Simeng, and Negangani. You made the plenaries both funny and efficient. And of course, to our financial committee, Layanta, Lily, and Nina, you're the best. We could not have a greater team to lead the spaces and decisions that will change the course of our future. We extend our thanks to the EBTO for this term. Although many challenges were faced, we hope it was filled with thrill and delight, and that you are proud of the hard work you've done for the past 12 months as much as we all are. To the incoming EBTO, congratulations on your election. You deserve this. We want to celebrate your passion and commitment and your willingness to lead the future of the students we represent. We wish you the best of luck and health for your term and want to remind you that you can count on us at any time you may need.
Thank you also to every single person who has taken part in this General Assembly as a participant, sessions team, support person, or external. Without every single one of you, this would not have been possible, and the experience would not have been the same. Thank you for your contributions in the sessions, the small talk during breaks, the shared meals and the snacks, the online participation, your attendance in plenaries, and the presence during the socials. Every single moment spent with you made this AM23 unique and unforgettable. Thank you also for your efforts to respect the COC and ensure safer spaces for us all. Last but not least, a very special mention to the organizing committee for the preparations in this short notice in the Hybrid General Assembly. This GA is proof of the passion and dedication you all have for this federation and its members. Thank you, Arya, as organizing chair, for being a true leader and achieving this short notice and hybrid General Assembly in India despite all the obstacles. We would like to ask you to forward our gratitude to all the members and volunteers of this amazing organizing committee for opening their houses and hosting this amazing event, especially IFMSA India. To all the people mentioned above, on behalf of AX Catalunya, IFMSA Brazil, the NEM Brazil, IFMSA Australia, ANEM Portugal, IFMSA Algeria, IFMSA Austria, IMCC Denmark, VMD Germany, IFMSA El Salvador, IFMSA Spain, ANEM Mexico, IFMS Taiwan, BMSS Bangladesh, ISRM Moldova, IMPP Ecuador, IFMSA Czech Republic, IFMSA Pakistan, FIMSIC Finland, FMSA Thailand, ALEM Luxembourg, ISMCO Colombia, FEVECOSEM Venezuela. We wish you all the best. Hope to see you very soon in Ecuador. This one is for you.
Okay. So then we have MSI India.
Thank you, Soham, he, him, MSI India. Dear IFMSA family, MSI would like to extend commendations to the IFMSA EB and the organizing committee of the August meeting 2023 for the successful completion of the event. With this statement, we wish to clarify our stance on why MSI India as an NMO was not able to contribute to organizing August meeting 2023. We were contacted by the IFMSA Executive Board in mid-May 2023, which coincided with our National General Assembly and the handover period for the new MSI ABTO term 2023-2024. Since the new team had been recently elected, they were actively involved in their handover, and it was extremely short timeline for us to step up and take up the responsibility of organizing a General Assembly while managing our internal commitments and national priorities. Even for our national events, we take a minimum period of 4 to 5 months to host them, and it wouldn't have been possible for us to host this GA in a time period of less than 2 months. This would have diverted the focus of the entire executive board, resulting in compromised national priorities at the beginning of the term. We didn't want to disagree with the Federation's idea of hosting the GA in India, but we couldn't have signed up for the same. However, we assure you that somewhere in the future, we would definitely host a GA. Nevertheless, we want to express our sincere appreciation for the individuals who voluntarily stepped up and took this responsibility at such short notice. It takes active effort and dedication to organize a General Assembly, and their efforts are truly commendable. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to them for their commitment to making this event a success. Also, I would request the members of the organizing committee, if they are present in the room, to come in the front, because they deserve a special place in this place. They deserve a special place in our heart. Thank you.
Order. Please, can we be the last on the speaker list, please?
Thank you. MSI India. I think that the TO will say something to reflect upon on the closing of this General Assembly as well. And it's fitting to have the TO and the EB elect, and also to have a prospect on what's coming next. So that's why I placed them at the end. And you are the last of the NMOs that will be speaking, if that's okay with you. And then our leadership can conclude. Is that okay with you?
They can still conclude after our statement.
Yeah, that's what so they will conclude after your statement. So you're the last one before the TO and the EB elect. Okay. So, and you're up now, is that? And you have 2 minutes. So you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
You can start whenever you're ready, names and criteria.
Dear IFMSA family, this is a statement on behalf of NIMSA Nigeria, MESA Rwanda, Aban Burundi, and all NMOs in the African region. Dear IFMSA family, it is with heavy heart that we make this statement to underscore the need for the Federation to begin to practice what we constantly advocate, inclusivity. As you must have noticed, the African region is the only region that does not have any member in the EB or the TO, except of course the RD, which is a statutory right of the region. Not because we do not have capable and qualified people, but because the Federation does not have the spirit of equity and inclusivity.
Okay. You can recall that Africa made a statement in MM23 Estonia concerning some racist comments targeted at delegates from Africa and how we have been continually treated in the Federation. The comments we have made, we believe, contributed to why the hosting rights of NOHSS Ivory Coast was rescinded by the EB, despite the short time they had to prepare for the GA. Even as we speak, Africa has not recovered from that decision to rescind hosting rights from Ivory Coast. Furthermore, we believe if the Federation truly practices what we preach, the support NOHSS Ivory Coast needed for the hosting of the GA should have been given to them, just as the EB did with this GA in India. During the presentation of the MM24 bid by NIMSA Nigeria, some questions asked by some NMOs left us Africans shocked and bewildered. How can an NMO ask for answers on political questions? How can another NMO ask about the security architecture of Nigeria? Are there not political issues everywhere in the world? Is India the safest place in the world? Why does it seem like when Africa bids to host general assemblies, we have to work extra hard and more than any other region? Can any NMO that doesn't have political issues please raise their flag? And I would Google right now. IFMSA belongs to everyone, but sadly, this bad treatment has reached breaking point. And Africa has decided if nothing is done, all NMOs in Africa will pull out from the Federation, as we believe we are not being respected enough. The MM20 hosted by Metsa Rwanda remains one of the best GAs, and it was an African country. Everyone who attended knew that they were respected, loved, and taken care of, regardless of where they were coming from or their sexual orientations. Let us be clear, there's no region or NMO that is more important than the other, and everyone deserves to be respected. Thank you.
Wrong mic. Okay, so IFMSA EB elect.
Dear IFMSA family, our federation has been shaping the future of global health for 72 years. During this time, we have faced the most unpredictable and unexpected challenges: wars, pandemics, economic and climate change crises. As youth leaders and engines for change, we have always come with innovative, creative, and challenging ideas. Today is not the exception. As the Executive Board elect, we are grateful for the commitment that every member of the IFMSA has put in the organization and execution of this General Assembly. Thanks to each IFMSA official, organizing committee member, plenary team and CCC member, international team and program representative members, NMOs, and delegates for their contribution for the vision of the Federation. Everyone has created an impact for the present and the future of the IFMSA. We are excited to start a new term, full of ideas, energy, and motivation to keep the road that medical students worldwide started. We count on you, our members, for your continuous support and engagement throughout this journey, through the different calls for ITPCs, delegations, opportunities, and working groups, as well as calls for input and consultation. For only together we can drive the Federation forward. Until next time, your Executive Board elect.
Okay, then IFMSA TO.
Dear IFMSA family, dear plenary team, dear NMOs, today we close yet another General Assembly of our Federation. It might have been your first one or one of many, and it could as well be your last. What is certain is that no two General Assemblies are alike, and that the last 7 days look nothing like any other week of your lives. We are certain that in this time you have laughed, learned, and continued your journey to growing into the most fierce version of yourself. We are grateful to have been a stepping stone on each and every one of your path to greatness. During the 7-day General Assembly, the atmosphere is vibrant with energy, driven by passionate discussions, thought-provoking debates, and enlightening workshops. In this inclusive space, nationalities and languages fade into the background, giving rise to a universal language of compassion and empathy. As diverse minds come together and ideas meld, a strong sense of shared purpose unites the participants in their quest for a more compassionate and equitable world.
This has not been an easy meeting for the General Assembly, as the submissions were extensive, the debates often controversial and complex, and the President's sessions and plenaries packed with important and often difficult decisions, concepts, and discussions. We want to thank you all for your patience, your hard work, and your diligence in discussion sessions and plenaries, in your unwavering dedication for this federation, and your willingness to compromise and find solutions every step of the way. We have witnessed IFMSA history by granting associate members voting rights, faced some of our own institutional inconsistencies and flaws head on, adopted the first ever IFMSA Environmental Sustainability Declaration, and witnessed the first ever IFMSA self-organized GA. We have elected tomorrow's leaders into our team of officials 23-24, and finally completed the EB-elect, who will be taking over our federation for the coming term. We, as the team of officials 22-23, could not have hoped for a better General Assembly to finish our term with, or better successors to hand over our positions to. We cannot just wait to see what they will do and hope to see them shining with all of you in Ecuador for the March meeting 2024. Thank you for your trust and support along this term, your team of officials and supervising council for 22-23.
So I'll address you some words to reflect upon this assembly as well. Not a formal statement because I never really prepare these things. But I wanted to let you say that it was really an honor to be here and part of this plenary team. That for me, it's also a goodbye to this federation that I've been part of 7.5 years. And it was an honor to advocate with you along for health. And advocating for health is an act of caring, because because a lot of people struggle for it every day, and clinics are never enough. And what you've learned me and what you've brought me is so much. You've broadened my vision. You've brought me many friends. Some of you are sitting in the room. You gave me a lot of confidence to fight and really fight and rebel for the things that I stand for, and that you actually can make a change in the world. And I'm immensely grateful for that. Every time I come back here, even after a year, I haven't been so involved, I feel that I'm back home, that I meet fellow idealists and advocates, and that gives me so much courage when I come back. And I hope that we can continue doing this and not only focus on a lot of internal procedures from which we learn so much, and also in these plenaries from which we learn so much, but also to go outside, to dare to be bold, to dare to be fundamental in the questions that we raise, and to dare to grasp the problems at their roots. I also want to thank you all so much. I know we had a very extensive program, and as delegates, you were amazing. We have, I think, had a good balance between efficiency and meaningful discussions, and I hope that really helped to come to the right decisions. And some of the people here made that possible. So first, I would like to thank the unofficial members of the plenary team that came to the front every time I asked for more help. So that are Jewel, Rahel, Saif, Jose, Mark, Francisco, Cecile, Shihab, Axi, and Jose. Please give him applause. Then I want to give also a lot of gratitude to our returning officers, of whom more than half have been selected in this GA, even if they didn't have time for it and they did so much work and running around. You're tireless and you brought a lot of energies to the session. So Abdullah, Zain, Yohanan, Jakub, Anina, and Sarah, thank you so much. And then to the CCC, John, Simen, Ekosha, Elvira, Atina, you're so smart. We had amazing discussions on my favorite topic, bylaws, and you made the plenary run smooth. So thank you so much for that. And then for the plenary team, who also in a great part was selected quite late, Mohammed, Fatima, Farah, Sarah, and Ariana. Secretary team, sorry. Yes, you were always there out to help last minute, to jump in when we missed someone, to fit in for Anouk for a candidature. You made this really possible. Thank you so much. And to Anouk, who had so many things to do this GA, and who out of her immense sense of responsibility stood up and decided to become a secretary. You did a lot next to all of your work with so much precision. And I'm super grateful to be standing here yet again because we advocate a lot together. So thank you for all of your efforts. And lastly, Tomasz, I think we are really a good and complementary team. You being kind of ordered, precise, me not so much. And in the end, we made it work, and you did so much in the preparations, also being chosen so late. And I really appreciate working with you. So big round of applause for the plenary vice chair as well. So we can go to the next agenda item.
Juliette is too humble, but of course, we also really want to thank Juliette. I think I speak for the entire plenary team if I say because we really felt like one team. It was very nice to have you as our leader. It felt very welcoming and also join in at the very last minute. And you did an amazing job. And I think we're all very glad to be sitting here next to you. Thank you.
So we move to agenda item 53, adjournment of the meeting. So we are trying to connect. So procedural motion number 23 to adjourn the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 23 proposed by the IFMSA Executive Board. Do you want to explain? Proposer doesn't want to explain. Do we have any seconder? AEMPPI Ecuador. So, oh, we're not connected. So we usually would, oh, we can proceed to a vote, but we cannot fill in the results, but let's see how that's. Yeah, we proceed, we open the vote. Okay, our Wi-Fi is not working. We are still not connected. Okay, please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. We don't have quorum online, so get into Nemo vote and vote. Please be silent. Shh. So please log into Nemo vote so we can get quorum and vote.
Unless you want to stay here.
Forever.
Don't have my hammer close.
We will close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it reads as follows. Oh, it's an interesting result. In, in favor, 42. Against, 10. Abstain, 0. Totaled 52. So it passes with 2/3 majority. Okay, so I hereby adjourn the 72nd General Assembly August meeting 2023. So there's a request by the TO to stop the live stream. Goodbye, online people. People are waving. Bye. Bye. Au revoir. Okay.